Super. Zal ik even voor jou een countdown
live.
gaan doen.
Live.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello everybody, and welcome to BSG at Home 2020. I don't know if Raj wants to do that, but he's joining me here. I guess I'll let you introduce yourself first before I get started.
Yeah, I just wanted to say we are going for our next run, which is going to be Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals by our own Crrool. I'm Rasla, and I'm going to be your host for the next 4 hours, so good luck, Crrool.
Thank you. And hello everybody, I'm Crrool. Gonna quickly reset the game for RNG manipulation purposes, and then we'll actually get started. I'll talk more about what the game is and everything in just a moment. We're gonna go retry mode. That's gonna make this game a little bit more marathon safe. I believe the name incentive was this, right? Oh wait, I should maybe press a button so that you don't have a ton of stream delay. That should help.
Yeah, that helps, and that's the correct name.
Okay, cool. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go. If my start button wants to cooperate. Come on, okay. My start button is a little bit broken. Luckily, that's the only time I need to press it. Anyway, welcome everybody to Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals. I'm Crrool. I run a ton of RPGs, mostly Pokemon, but every once in a while I tend to go back to this game as a childhood favorite of mine. So basically, the gist of the story is we are a monster hunter, Maxim, or in this case, Steve. And recently, the number of monsters in the world have been going up by a lot. And us being a monster hunter, this makes it kind of good for business for us, honestly. We'll get more into the story in a bit. But a few things that are noteworthy, I guess, is in the opening cutscenes, you get to see 3 balls of light flying over the basically this part of the continent. A lot of what's been going on, this entire increase in monsters and all that, is all to do with those lights. We don't know that yet, but we will learn about that very, very soon. Anyway, we go through this first dungeon here. This is Tutorial Cave, as I'd like to call it. Tutorial Cave is where we basically get a basic instruction as to how this game plays, what we need to do. Basically just how the mechanics of this game works. We get to fight our first monster, which is a jelly, which we easily one-shot. We get to see our first, well, I'd almost say puzzle, but it's not really a puzzle yet. This game has a ton of puzzles and dungeons, and we're basically getting the main mechanics as to how to move objects, how to shoot an arrow, use tools, pick up pots, cut away bushes on the floor, all that sort of stuff. Really nothing too interesting here, but that's kind of a thing. We also get this spell, the reset spell. The reset spell is essentially it's an item that we can use to reset the room to the state that it was in when we entered. We're doing that here because the 2 enemies that we would face here both have 2 encounters in them instead of just 1, making them a little bit slower, and with the reset that becomes just a little bit less of a problem. Makes these fights a little bit quicker. This next room, we have to find a switch that's hidden somewhere underneath the grasses. Now, where could that possibly be? It definitely isn't on that center square, right? And in this room, we get explained how we can pick up pots and how we can put that on buttons to help open up, well, in this case, a wall, and sometimes it's doors, and sometimes it's other stuff. Pretty straightforward stuff, honestly. And with that, we're done with Tutorial Cave. First dungeon of the game done. This one really isn't that interesting, honestly. I'm gonna shoot that jelly, and with that, we're gonna now head back to town. Because I did, okay, I kind of messed that up a little bit. Because I did the reset, that jelly is back, which he normally wouldn't be, because all of the rooms in that dungeon are tied together. Okay, and so we're gonna have dinner with Tia over here. She's our childhood friend. She's always been by our side, and she's cooked us a meal. Now, I'm not gonna go too much into this bit of the story. There really isn't. Basically, she asks us why we became monster hunters, I believe. And also the food is pretty bad, apparently. Now, to quickly give you guys, while I'm doing this, I should quickly explain who I am, what I do. I've already mentioned that I run a lot of RPGs, mostly Pokemon. I'm actually not really much of a runner of Lufia anymore. I used to be. This is, by the way, the first game in the series, so in case you're worried, hey, this is Lufia 2, do I not miss the story of Lufia 1? You don't. That's not a big deal. This is actually the prequel. I run a lot of RPGs, and this is one of those that I ran quite actively for a few years, and then eventually dropped after, you say, what is it, 2018? So right now I'm basically just returning for the sake of the marathon here. It's still a really cool RPG. This is honestly, if you've never played Lufia 2, I will try to explain most of the story as we go, but this is definitely an RPG worth playing. This is a Super Nintendo RPG from, what is it, 1995, I believe it is. So it's quite old, but it still plays really, really well. And as you can probably see, like, you could compare this to many of the games made with RPG Maker today in terms of how well it does aesthetically and whatnot. Anyway, after we tried to leave the town, we got a cutscene where we learned that monsters had taken the key that unlocks the door between the town that we were in and the neighboring town of Santlatan. And that's kind of a problem, because that basically means that our town is now cut off from the rest of the world. And that's a big problem. Now, us being a monster hunter, we're going to go fight these monsters, and this is the first boss of the game. He's pretty easy, honestly. We always two-shot him like that. That's the entire first boss fight. Now, the way that this works, because it might have gone a little bit fast, earlier in my shopping menu, I made sure to have the boomerangs in the first slot of my inventory. And by putting the boomerang in the first slot of my inventory, I was able to guarantee that if I hold L and left, L is basically mash frame perfect in battle, and left is the item menu, so I would automatically use the very first item that I have selected in my inventory, which is the boomerang. Now, the boomerang will always do somewhere between, I believe, 42 and 48 damage, and the boss happens to have about 80 HP, so we always guarantee the two-shot there. In the cave here, we meet Iris. Iris is the one who kind of tells us of the monsters increasing because of that light that we've been seeing, but more importantly, she also tells us that it is our destiny to go fight this, to confront this evil and save the world. We're not alone in this, but if we decide to go travel, we will find more people along the way to help us with this quest. On to the second town. This is the town of Santlatan. And immediately as we enter, a massive earthquake happens, and we learn, if we start talking to the townsfolk, that these have been happening quite regularly, actually. I want that, and I want a couple of these. So quick shopping menu, and with that, we're gonna go into the cave and see what's going on. You may have noticed, by the way, over the course of the overworld, I very often flash my menu. That's not an accident. After you leave a town, or after you leave a battle, or something like that, the game guarantees that for the first 4 tiles, you will never get a random encounter. It does that to kind of make sure that you don't get back-to-back random encounters, making this a little bit less frustrating to play. Now we can abuse that because leaving a menu also is considered a room transition for some reason. And because it is, that means that for the first 4 tiles after I leave the menu, I am guaranteed to not get a random encounter on the overworld. Now for the next 4 tiles, the odds are still significantly lower. So we can actually use that to guarantee that as I go over the overworld, I do not ever get random encounters. Or at least I significantly reduce the odds of getting a random encounter. Now before I go on, I'm going to do a pretty difficult thing here. We're going to do an RNG manipulation. I'm going to be influencing the RNG, the randomness of this game, to give me a 4-turn fight on the next boss, and to give me a catfish jewel, which is a 1 in 8 drop from defeating the boss. By standing on top of a save tile, I can set the RNG value to whatever it had when I made that save. That's also why that save was there specifically when I started this run. By doing so, I guarantee that for the first, or that the damage rolls here will be 49, 50, 50, 52 on this boss fight, and that he will go for exactly 4 physical attacks, and that should leave me alive. Okay, see, there's the 50. He does 15. I throw another boomerang, that does another 15. He does 18. I throw a boomerang, this does 52, gets the kill, and gives me the 1 in 8 catfish jewel. So that is an RNG manipulation. We would normally be doing quite a few of those over the course of a game. Like over the course of the run, we would normally use that to defeat this boss, the next boss, the one after that, and the one after that. However, there is one major downside to this RNG manipulation, and it's actually the reason why I won't be doing that in this run. If I were to mess up the RNG manipulation at any point in the run, I would very likely die, and dying in this game sets you back to the last time you saved, which would set me back to the save that I made prior to this run. The big downside of that is that essentially, as soon as that happens, I just have to basically start over. So for the sake of the marathon, I will actually save before those bosses and go for the Manipulus strats. Those are a little bit slower, but they do work, and I can actually use them to very consistently still beat the game. There are small chances that I die, but with the safeties that I'm taking, the odds of it are incredibly low. We go into this room and we find Tia over here. She was scared that we would leave. Like something in her head got her scared that we would leave town. But of course that wasn't going to happen, right? We would never do that to her. She, by the way, definitely has a crush on us, in case that wasn't already very obvious. Then we kind of just tell her, well, that is actually what we are doing, and she doesn't accept that, and then is like, okay, you know what? Then I'm just gonna join you. So now Tia is going to join the party, and we just now got our second party member. Now, not every party member that we get across the game will stay in the party for the entirety of the game. That is not a thing. There will definitely be moments where we are going to lose party members again, and that is something that I actually have to take into account consistently as I go, because if they still have items equipped at that point, I would lose those items, and that would be very bad for me. 4 of these, 1 of these, and that should do it. So I'm just getting my shopping out of the way here, and then we go into the Castle of Alloons. And right here we get to see some of my favorite characters of this game. As we enter the throne room, 2 guards run in, and they tell us that the crown is an imitation. The guards in the room don't actually believe that initially, but they've called in an expert to have it checked. There is one guard in this room who actually is like, wait, who are you? I mean, the uniforms are correct, but I don't recognize you. And it turns out these are Bertie and Bart, two world-famous thieves. And they throw a bomb that then flies in the air for some reason. They fixed this in the European release of the game, by the way. And then they walk around a bit and get hit by their own bomb. So yeah, Bertie and Bart, everyone.
It's almost like that you're watching Team Rocket at the moment.
Yeah, pretty much. Except these actually, I mean, they walk to the center of the room. They regain a good sense. They run out, come back in because they forgot the ground, pick it up, run away, and still manage to get away with it. And the king is like, what the heck are you guys doing? Go after them. Now, if we go to the gate, it actually turns out they never left the castle. So we're gonna go chase after them. We find this guy on the floor who actually got hit by a bomb as well. Well, rather, a fragment of the bomb hit him and knocked him unconscious. The other two got hit full blast. So now we get into a pretty interesting dungeon, and I do actually, like, the dungeon itself is not all that difficult, but it is actually something that I want to talk about, because when I mentioned that RNG manipulation earlier, the save flash manip was discovered a couple of years ago. Before that, we actually used to RNG manipulate, like step manipulate the entire game. The way the randomness in this game works is in towns, it is based on the movement, or in general, it's kind of just based on the movement of NPCs, which boils down to the movement of people in town, which is frame-based, so you just have to walk through towns frame perfect, and the movement of enemies in a cave. Now, in caves, enemies don't move unless I do, so it's basically just step-based. Before I continue that line of thought, by the way, if we press this button and then just reset the room, it counts as if the pot was placed. That's a minor glitch that we get to use here. Anyway, before the save flash manip was discovered, what we used to do is we used to actually step manipulate all the way up until the tarantula, which is like 3 bosses from now. And that actually meant that if you made a misstep in certain locations, it wouldn't, in some locations it wouldn't matter, but in some locations it would. And in this particular dungeon, every room is tied together, so one misstep would mean that you're off RNG manip. And with puzzles like this, for example, you can probably see why that would be a little bit of a problem. This puzzle is all about just making lines of 3 or bigger, by the way. Okay, so that glitch that I used just now, I'm going to use it again here to keep the spikes down over there. Basically, what I do is if I step onto a tile and then reset the room, the game actually still considers the tile as pressed. And it does that, well, I call it a glitch, but it's actually not really a glitch. They do that to prevent potential soft locks from happening, because otherwise there are rooms where you could technically, I think you could technically soft lock yourself. Now, the encounter just now is actually an interesting one. You saw one enemy surviving. That's actually quite rare, but it has to do with rows for enemies. Just like my party has a front row and a back row, so does the enemy's party. And in the back row, that means that physical damage, like from the boomerangs there, will actually do less damage. And if you get 2 incredibly low rolls on those kobolds, that will actually cause them to not die. Oh, we find the thieves, by the way. They then lock us up and try to flush us away. When they do, though, the water joins the sewers here on the wrong side, and I can just walk out, no problem. They kind of just end up flushing themselves away. Also, they drop the crown in the process, so now I can bring the crown back to the king. The king is going to give us a reward for that. We are going to just ask for money. it is, you get, if you ask for nothing, you actually get more money, but I don't need the money in this run. So instead we're gonna ask for money because that's faster. It saves 1 text box. And with that, we can now walk out, and that is the Kingdom of Elun's done. But we can't actually move on to the next town yet, because if we enter the shrine, we would learn that a key has been stolen. Or, well, not stolen, but some kids ran off with it, and now the door is locked. And as we enter the name, it turns out that the key... Well, the kid got attacked by a monster, and he threw the key to scare it off. And, yeah, because of that, the key is somewhere in this cave, held by a monster, and, we can't actually progress because of that. So we're gonna have to go fight another monster and get another key, just like before. So Rashla, while I'm going through this cave, how about you tell us a bit more about the charity and whatnot? I've been talking for long enough, I think.
Yeah, I think you have been talking a lot already, and you will do more, but I will explain a little bit about our event, because we are the Benelux Speedrunner Gathering. We organize bi-monthly gatherings in the Benelux for speedrunners. Due to the situation surrounding COVID-19, we're currently doing our extended BSG at-home event instead of our week-long annual. So that's why we are sitting at home instead of actually being in a hotel at the moment. And we are doing this with streamers from both the Benelux and the rest of the world, bringing you entertainment during the lockdown. And during this event, we are actually raising money for Mind, which is a nationwide organization committed to prevent mental health issues and support everyone who has dealt with mental issues themselves or within their family. All of your donations will go to Mind. And if you want to donate, you can also select certain bid wars, which we certain donation incentives that we have going on at the moment. One is, I believe, yeah, that's actually the next one, which is the Ruby one, where you can pick the Wise outfit, and at the moment there hasn't been any donation to it. So if you really want to snipe it, like, there are different outfits like time skip, school, pajamas, jungle, default, or dance. So if you want to see one of those outfits, please donate for it, because it's very easy to snipe right now.
Okay, now that we're done with that, let me quickly introduce you guys to the next boss in the game. This is actually one of the more RNG heavy bosses that we need to fight. This is the Regal Goblin. The Regal Goblin is annoying because he can call companions, like so. And companions are bad news, generally speaking. We don't like seeing those. Luckily for me, I have the catfish jewel that we got from the previous boss as a drop. And you can see that that thing does quite a decent amount of damage here. It's not the best, but there is definitely, it definitely makes this fight a lot easier. Now, I could use an RNG manipulation in this boss fight to put him to sleep and then basically not ever have him summon a companion. But that doesn't always go quite as planned, so we're gonna just try and play it safe here and keep our team healed up while I just have Maxim or Steve deal as much damage as possible to this boss. So far this is already a really slow boss. You really don't want him to summon companions, because the Catfish's Mega Quake attack actually halves the damage on the Regal Goblin if the Regal Goblin has a companion, if the damage is spread. Okay, we're back to basically full. We use the Mega Quake here. You can see how much damage he can do here. Usually 70 to 80 damage if he's if he's alone. You just gotta chip away at his health. Now, the way that I use these moves is through IP points. If you see the statistics of my characters, you'll see the bottom bar says IP. IP stands for Ikari points, or Rage points. And basically every single time I get hit, depending on the percentage of damage I take compared to my max HP, I gain a certain amount of IP. And the bigger percentage of damage, or the bigger percentage in damage I take, the more IP I gain, basically. And basically I can use that IP for very powerful attacks. Now that blue chest right there has the key, but I'm actually gonna escape out before I even pick it up. You might be thinking to yourself, wait, that was the item you needed, right? Well, it kind of turns out that the story trigger for continuing here isn't in that chest. The story trigger, in order to open the door here, is actually the boss, not the key itself. So, despite never having picked up the key, I'm going to use the small shrine key as if I had it. And with that, I can now move on to the town of Tanbel, where we're actually going to meet our next companion. First, I'm going to take off the catfish jewel, though. We are going to sell that in a moment. I don't need it anymore. That is not to say that the catfish jewel doesn't have a use anymore. There are two reasons why I want to get that item. The first is the boss fight we just did, because it speeds up that boss by quite a significant amount. The second reason I want it is actually the fact that the catfish jewel gives 20,000 gold, which at this point in the game is a huge amount. I'm actually going to be using that to get myself a bunch of extra items that I wouldn't otherwise have the money for, specifically big boomers, which is the upgraded form of the boomerang. First and foremost, though, I'm gonna buy 2 cookies. I'm gonna buy a half height there. Another one. I'm gonna sell all of these. I'm going to sell the catfish jewel. With that, I can now go into the shop over here. This is the magic shop. I'm gonna buy Strong for Maxim. Strong, by the way, is a heal spell. You may have already caught on to that. There's 4 heal spells that we can use. Strong, Stronger. Now you might think, oh, the next would be Strongest, but no, it's Champion. And then we have Valor, which is the most powerful one. There's also a spell that heals you from death, but we will never use that for actual healing unless a character dies. And then as soon as we get to meet Guy. Guy, by the way, is apparently the strongest man in town. And as soon as we try to do a bit of a sparring match with him, we get attacked by monsters. This is one of the easiest bosses in the game, as you'll see. So yeah, that is the entire boss fight. It takes literal seconds. They die to take 2 big boomers. And then as we try to continue our sparring match, we learned that some guy took Guy's sister, Hilda, into the tower in the southeast. So we're going to now go on a rescue mission to save Hilda. I'm gonna put Guy in the front row. He's more useful there. So generally speaking, I'll have physical attackers in the front row, magic attackers in the back. Just how you would with most RPGs. But we don't really get access to the back row unless we have at least 3 characters, so I couldn't do that up until this point. Now, something that I don't even think I've explained yet, we're currently doing the retry mode. You might have noticed that on the category and been like, what actually does that mean? Because, yeah, I should mention that at least. The retry mode is generally not actually that much faster than normal mode, but it is basically the new game plus. If you play in retry mode, you get 4 times as much experience and gold from every single battle in the game. The advantage of that for us is that this makes the run significantly more marathon safe. Now for the regular speedruns are actually all done on normal mode. Retry mode isn't usually run. The only reason I'm going for retry mode here is just because of it being more marathon safe. My PBs for normal mode and retry mode are like a minute apart, which on a 4-hour run really isn't that much. Oh, there's a frame-perfect trick here, by the way, and we got it. If you hit the button, and then on the same frame that you hit the button, move to the right, you can actually take one step. That saves about, like, 6 frames or something. If you fail it, you lose, like, 4 times that, so it's really not worth it, but it looks really cool, so we're gonna do it. Okay, over here, we have this crab that we need to deal with, and then there's another little trick that I can do if I time it correctly. I'm gonna use the bomb, 5 slashes, and then hit step down onto the button. Saves 1 step or 1 sword slash. There's a music puzzle of sorts here that we can do like this. And on the next room, if I were to walk forward right away, I would always hit the scorpion. But if I hit the wall to the left once, then the scorpion actually moves out of the way for me. I take 1 extra step there on purpose to make sure that I don't ever hit it. Ah, the crab got in the hallway. That's annoying. A little bit slow there, but not a big deal. Gonna just quickly heal. We have one more puzzle to do. Right here, there is a clock puzzle. If the thing points to 9, we actually get the door to open, but I just realized I made a bit of a mistake. I'm supposed to do that first, because at 12, it actually opens up a secret room with the jute helmet. Quick equipment menu. We're gonna hit the switch, get those stairs. I can use that same frame perfect glitch or frame perfect trick here as well, and we got it. And with that, we can move on to the boss. This boss isn't that bad. It's still a decently RNG heavy boss, but the boss itself is not a boss that will likely be able to kill me. See, this boss is weak to lightning attacks, and we just got a kukri. The kukri is a item that boosts that is lightning elemental. So I can actually do a lot of damage if I use the IP move from it. Thunder Blast. So I'm gonna use Flash with Tia. I actually want Guy to build up IP because that will greatly help me on this next boss fight. That's also why I'm gonna heal the entire party, even though 2 of them are full. That way I only heal Guy a little bit, because he needs to build up more IP here. And Sleep Stinger isn't exactly an attack that'll do a whole lot. Okay, see, there's the physical attack I was hoping for. This is looking much better already right now. So now I'm actually going to heal Guy, because another regular attack would kill him. But we need his health to be back to a decent amount. Buster attack is actually a great move because it hits everyone, and it means that every character is going to get to build up a little bit more Ikari points. I want to actually try and save a bit on Guy in terms of Ikari points, specifically for the next boss fight. The boss that we have to fight after this one is the Tarantula, and Tarantula is generally considered as one of the most deadly, if not the most deadly bosses in the entire game. I do need to get rid of this boss soon, because these Buster attacks are starting to drain my HP a little bit more than I would want. Okay, and there we go. That was a pretty good fight. Now you might notice those 3 chests in the back. We actually don't get to pick those up. As we kill Kamu, the tower is going to collapse with us inside. We're gonna save Hilda, and we're gonna try to get out of here first and foremost. Problem is, the door is locked by magic. And then suddenly the door opens, Iris comes running out and saves the day for us. So with that now all out of the way, we are going to, well, Hilda got sick because of the spell, and we're gonna go talk to Guy. Guy really wants to join, but he's like, well, I want to, but really I shouldn't. We'll find out soon enough why. Guy is, by the way, one of the other people that was destined to travel with us to save the world. But right here is this guy's girlfriend, Jessie. Jessie knows that he wants to go, and he tells him that it's okay. Sure, she'll miss him, but she'll be there waiting for him to come back. And with that, we have our third party member, and it's time for us to move on once again. Now remember those 3 chests at the top of the tower just now? Yeah, we're going to actually need them. We figured out that even with RNG manipulation on the next boss, it is almost as fast to pick it up as it is to skip it. So even with RNG manip, it kind of doesn't make a difference. It takes about 1.5 minutes for me to climb the tower, but one of the chests that we get there, the fire dagger, actually saves about 1.5 minutes on the next boss fight. Without that item, the boss actually becomes close to impossible if you don't use manipulation. So it's kind of important for us to pick it up, especially since I'm going to have to do the fight manipless. Now, as an added bonus, one of the other chests actually contains the Pearl Brace, which is a huge safety item for one of the bosses later on in the run. So we really do want to get those items, and it actually ends up, especially Maniplus, it ends up always being faster to go back and grab them. If you're doing with RNG manipulation, it is at best about even. And it's usually still faster to just go and pick them up. That is how good those items are. Which is kind of ridiculous when you think about it, but it's also kind of cool how the game rewards you for noticing those chests and going back to pick them up. So Rushla, while we reclimb the tower, I'm gonna give you some time to talk some more.
Alrighty. Well, at first I want to thank ESA for supporting the event and for allowing us to stream on their channel. For information about their upcoming events and any changes due to the COVID-19 outbreak, be sure to check out esamarathon.com. And at the moment we are also streaming at twitch.tv BSG Marathon. And we aren't only streaming this event normally, because we are also supporting small communities. Like you can see events like the Harvest Moon Marathon, the Colin McRae-athon, and at the moment there's even a multi-rec crew from A Link to the Past tournament going on. It's now on a break, but it will start again next week, so that's something that you can see on that channel. And the matches that are going to be is we post the matches actually on our Twitter, and if you want to stay updated with our events, you can actually follow us on Twitter and Instagram under the handle BSG Marathon. And with that you get a look behind the scenes of the event, and you stay up to date with the latest news on our events and even more. We are also in the process of uploading all of our thoughts to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/BSG Marathon. So please be sure to check it out and subscribe to find one new video per day in your feed.
We got those chests. We actually skipped the middle chest. That was the Kamu armor. The reason I want that is because, or I don't want that, is because it really messes with my menus in, or towards the end of the game. Because defensively, it's a better piece of armor, but I actually want the Ikari moves from the Tough Hide, which we currently have equipped on both Maxim and Guy. So that's why I'm not picking up that middle chest. So this is a bit of a side quest that we need to do of sorts. We learned from the richest guy in town that, according to legend, there is a ruby apple hidden in this cave, which is worth a tremendous amount of money. So the guy is like, I want that, and I'll happily pay you a lot of money for it. So we are going to go into the cave, and we are going to do just that. We are going to grab the ruby apple. We're going to save the game here because this is actually one of the most deadly fights in the run. We find the ruby apple and we get attacked by the tarantula, and I just realized I didn't equip, did I? Okay. That's fine, I just saved, doesn't really matter. I forgot a quick equipment menu there. Kind of an important one too. There we go, that's what I forgot to do. I need that fire dagger to deal enough damage. That was definitely still worth resetting over. Small time loss, but not a big deal. That's probably, of all the equipment menus, the one that I have forgotten the most often, so I can't even be mad at it. During a Battle Lust guy, that's going to bring us attack up even more. With Steve, we're not actually doing quite enough damage for it to really be worth it to use regular attacks, so instead I'm going to use big boomers. Here though, I'm going to play it safe. We're going to do that. The entire party. Now, who gets poisoned in this fight is actually random. This though is a bit of a problem. The tarantula, when doing regular attacks, actually has the chance to paralyze a party member, which happened to Tia just now. Luckily, she broke out right away, but if she doesn't, it can actually essentially lose me the entire turn. It's really slow when that happens. Looks like it is happening this turn. I really don't want to keep them stunned like that, because that has the potential to lose me way more time. Let's just do that on Maxim. So I actually need to heal off Maxim just to make sure he doesn't die. Call's companion here is fine. I get him out of the stun. With that, I can just big boomer using 2 of my characters. That should kill the companion and give me a little bit of breathing room again. The reason this boss is so scary is if he, for example, paralyzes Maxim, and then on the first turn after that decides to paralyze Guy, then I'll end up with 2 party members paralyzed as he gets a turn, which essentially means he can actually outdamage me. I'm tempted to actually keep attacking with Guy here, mainly because I'm pretty sure we're getting quite close to a kill. I'm hoping that this will actually be enough, but this could become very dangerous as a result. Okay, yeah, I was. I did the math correctly, and we were very close to a kill. Now, the ruby apple here actually broke during the fight, which is a little surprising considering rubies are supposed to be quite tough. In the back, however, we find the glass shop owner. It turns out that he had been, he went to this cave in search of the treasure as well, because he really, really needed the money. He's quite desperate for money at the moment. And he actually has a ruby apple, or rather, an apple made of red glass. And it turns out he actually made 2 of these. One he sold while he was traveling the world in a town called Narcissus, which we'll actually go to later on, but that is on the literal other side of the world. Or at least this continent of sorts. And the other one he has right here. Now, we are going to take this ruby apple as our reward. He's just going to give that to us. And, I mean, might as well, right? We did, after all, find it in this cave, and it is, technically speaking, identical to the ruby apple of legend. So we're going to take that ruby apple and we're going to bring it to the glass shop owner. And we're just going to tell him that that's the real ruby apple. So he gives us a lot of money, and Tia is like, we can't accept that. Stee, on the other hand, has a better idea. Remember that glass shop owner? Well, he was in a lot of financial trouble, so we're going to help him out here. We're going to give him the ruby apple, or the money we got from the ruby apple to help him out. He doesn't want to accept it, so we decide to just buy something at a ridiculously high amount of money. And we buy some earrings for Tia, so she's now super happy. And with that, we can leave town. As part of the reward, he actually opened up the gate that leads to the next kingdom. And this brings us to the kingdom of Parselite. Now, as soon as we enter the town here, we see this girl being teased by a couple of boys who throw a rope at her and tell her that it's a snake. And then Selen, this warrior lady, she comes running towards them and tell the boys that they should be nice. And kind of comforts the girl a little bit. Now she has to go back to the castle, and we are going to do just that, but we are first going to do a little bit of shopping. I'm gonna buy 11 regains. Regains are is an item that heals me from death to 100 HP, which can be quite convenient at times. And as soon as we enter the castle, we see her training with one of the soldiers, and she turns out to be quite powerful, also quite pretty apparently. He makes a remark that their tongues basically hit the ground just now. So, yeah, that's a thing. Anyway, we go to the king, and he's going to give us a quest to find the treasure sword. See, he's learned about us from the King of Aloons, about how we had recaptured the crown. I mean, that was only like 25 minutes ago, so I'm not really sure how he knew, but apparently in those 25 minutes, a messenger went all the way from Aloons to here and told the king about what happened.
That's the real speedrunner in this game.
Yeah, the messengers are definitely the real speedrunners here. Especially when you consider that the paths have been blocked, so I don't really know how they did that, but it's a thing. Anyway, the king also commands Selen to work under our command, as he thinks it'll be a good lesson for her to know what it is to follow rather than to lead. See, Selen is the commander of the Parselite army, and she's been fighting ever since she was young, so she is by far the most powerful guard, so she's always kind of had a leading role ever since she joined the army. So yeah, we're gonna have her follow us for a bit. And that brings us to the Treasure Sword Shrine. Now, this is the shrine that, as a kid, I got completely stuck at. It took, there's one puzzle, I'll point it out later on, that, little 9-year-old me did not know how to solve it. And we kept trying and trying, but we never really figured it out for, several months. And when I look back at it now, it's kind of embarrassing, because the puzzle is not that difficult. But hey, that's what it's, or that's being a kid for you, I guess. Anyway, we're gonna do a little sliding block puzzle here first. Gonna put that in a position because this is where the key is at. We also get the Anger Brace, very useful item for later on. And we get the sword key. Now by this point we got Selen, and Selen actually has the ability to use the escape spell, so now I don't have to use items for it anymore, and I can just use her magic for it. Quite convenient. There's enemies hidden behind pillars there. We're going to ignore most of them. I'm gonna bump into the wall once there, or use my sword once to make sure the enemy moves one extra tile. Little puzzle here. Now in the next room there's actually a hidden room, and it is going to be random whether I hit an enemy or not. This time I did not. See, the enemy can actually, like, I can hit the button and then pause to see where the enemy is to guarantee avoiding it, but he can actually be on the tile next to the button, in which case I would hit him, whereas if I just move frame perfectly through it, I wouldn't hit him. So by just keep moving, I have about the same odds as if I were to pause, but this is a little bit faster. Okay, so it's not this one, but the next one that I always got stuck on as a kid. The plate that's on the wall tells you how many moves you're allowed to make. So here it says you're allowed to move 1 red and 2 yellows, and all of them need to turn yellow. So that's how you do it. That's all there is to it. Okay, quick equipment menu here. Get the Cold Rapier. We're going to equip the Mind Run here, Undead Ring here. I'm gonna actually wait. I'm gonna do the menu a little bit different than I would normally. And here we come to my least favorite boss. Not because it's a difficult boss, just because of the fact that they're clowns, and clowns are objectively awful. So, yeah, we need to fight those now. So we're gonna use Flash, Attack, Battlelust. Now the advantage of these clowns is actually, they actually show me what their weakness is. So this clown has an outfit in red and orange, which means he's weak to fire and lightning. The other clown has a outfit in light blue and dark blue, which is actually to represent that he is weak to ice and fire. For the rest of this fight is pretty straightforward. Everybody has either a lightning type move in Flash, or has access to a fire-based weapon. So this first one's really easy as a result. Ideally, I would have liked to take a little bit more damage with Guy, but I didn't. Also with Selen, I also didn't, which is a little annoying. But anyway, we defeat him. I'm gonna only heal... Actually, no, I want to heal Selen as well. And now we're gonna do the last bit of the equipment. I'm gonna equip the Pearl Brace, the mini shield. And now we're gonna fight the other clown. Immediately after having defeated the clown, another one spawned, so to speak. And this one's a little bit more annoying because I don't really have good ways of damaging this one. The only one that has an ice type or a water type move is Stee in this case. So what I'm actually gonna do is we're gonna buff up Stee using himself, and then I'm gonna use the Glacial Blast attack, which is just the best move we have in this situation. And from here, we just kind of have to whittle down his HP. There's not much more I can do. Ideally, I'd actually have him attack me, because I want to take damage, because I need to take damage if I want to build up Ikari points for the next couple of fights. But he's just deciding not to do that, and that's really annoying. Like, ha 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 is the move he does when he just doesn't do anything. And yeah, not a great fight. I can work with it, but it's not great. Anyway, immediately after we defeat him, he respawns once again. And that's when Selen mentions that she's once heard of a monster that can split itself into two. And she's noticed how the two monsters look identical. So she suggests that it might be that this is exactly that monster, so the only way to kill it is by defeating both halves at the same time. So that's what we're going to try to do. Now, interesting side fact, and this is actually something that I figured out when I was routing Maxim only as a meme category. If you were to go into this second fight, the one with just Guy and Selen, with having both of them dead, or into this first one with having Maxim and Tia both being dead, it's game over. You just die and get sent back to your last save. The game does not have a check in place to see that if both of your characters are dead, that you can still continue. If you have both of your characters dead, and you do not have a way to revive them, that's it. That's the end of it. You just die. The game is quite unforgiving in that sense. It's kind of unfortunate that he's doing Fireball on Tia. For Stee, it would have actually done enough to allow me to do another Glacial Blast here. So not great, but we're gonna have to make it work. So here I'm actually gonna start defending with Tia. Mainly because of the next boss. Actually, ideally don't want to be full health going into it. So that's clown number 1. Now it's time for clown number 2. This one we do a little bit differently. I'm gonna high potion Selen. We're gonna use Selen to buff up Guy. I really do not want to have Guy at full health coming out of this fight. If Guy's at full health, that guarantees that the next boss is going to take an extra turn. So I'm actually only going to heal Selen until Guy gets reasonably low on health. Luckily, we can actually use the Fire Dagger here, so I should be able to do quite a bit of damage this turn. I was kind of counting on the clown attacking me there. At this point, Guy is low enough that an extra heal wouldn't actually hurt me. And there we go, that is the clowns done. Now that we kill both of them at the same time, that actually does work. And with that, the monster's defeated, and the door to the next room opens up. This is also the first point where we kind of have Tia being like, I'm not giving up yet, but there is something on her mind. And the game kind of hints towards that. It'll hint more towards that as we go. It'll definitely get worse, but something that I figured was worth pointing out. Anyway, Parcelite Castle, we're gonna hand over the crown, the sword, and that's when we're going to get our next quest. Yeah, right here, the king is going to reward us, but this time the reward is in the basement, and it's really slow for me to pick it up, so I'm not going to. And then a messenger runs in. The messenger tells us that a single man has single-handedly destroyed the entire neighboring city of Gordovan. Selen offers to go check it out with 3 of her guards, so that there will be enough left to protect the kingdom in case this guy comes over to attack here. And then Maxim's like, that's way too dangerous for your soldiers. They are not ready for this. I was going to go there anyway, so let us join you on this. And we kind of explained to Selen what's going on, and that how this lady in a cave told us that it was our destiny to face this evil. And this is actually kind of where the story starts. Believe it or not, we're almost an hour in, and this is kind of where the story starts. This guy that destroyed the entire neighboring city of Gordovan is actually the boss that, or one of the evil guys that we've been talking about since the start. And from here on, our actual objective of facing these evil monsters that have been, or trying to face the root of what's causing these monsters to increase, yeah, we're actually going to find out one of the people who's responsible. We very briefly enter the city. That's just to set a warp point. We don't actually ever have to enter the town. What they do tell us if we enter the town is that as this person I bumped into the wall. Whoopsie. As we, if we talk to the people in the town, they would actually tell us that only one person has been taken by this monster, but nobody knew who she was, so nobody tried to stop this man. Also, I'm getting a little bit unlucky with the encounters here. Not a huge deal, but a little bit annoying mostly. Right. Okay, now that we have that, we can actually move on. We're just gonna make our way to the top of the tower. This is, however, also the tower where we're going to get our next tool. And it's a tool that we get to use quite a bit. It's really useful. It's in the room over here. We get the hook shot. Now, the hook shot has two main properties. The first one is it does the exact same thing as an arrow, in that it stuns enemies every time it gets hit by the hook shot. The second property of the hook shot is that it can kind of hook shot me across walls. Or rather, I can hook shot against a pillar, and that'll allow me to instantly get moved towards that pillar, so I can use that to get over gaps and whatnot. There'll be quite a few puzzles involved with the hook shot, but additionally, it's kind of nice because it's slightly faster to use the movement from the hook shot than it would be to use the movement just by walking. So there are several places where I can use it like that. Now, there is one side effect of the hook shot that we're not very happy with. The hook shot actually can cause a glitch in the game. A US version exclusive glitch, mind you, that can cause the game to crash. It is incredibly rare. I have only ever seen it like 3 times over the course of running this game. Once with another runner, and like twice on my own runs. So it is very unlikely that we get to see it happen, and there are indications the game is getting close to crashing, so there are ways to prevent it usually, but there is a very small chance that that may happen. It is low enough, however, that it's not really something we have to worry about. Anyway, here we find the wind key. And now that we have the key, it is time to move on to the next boss. And as we do, I want to give a quick shout out to a friend of mine, the ZNT Saito. He's actually the world record holder of sort of a miscellaneous category of this game, the Gades percent. See, there is a category of this game that's solely meant to beat this next boss. He's kind of like a super boss in this game. He's very powerful, very difficult to kill, but it is actually possible to kill him, and there is quite a reward for it. If you kill this boss, you actually get the Gades Blade. It's a very powerful weapon. Anyway, we're not going to try to get it, so we're just going to try to run away here. Oh no, I lost. So very sad we lost, which means it's all over. Rep run. Oh, but not actually, because then Iris comes walking in and heals us all. She's going to tell us that both Selen and Guy are both characters who are also meant to help us save the world. So we learn a little bit more, but she's still being super mysterious. We're just gonna kind of shrug it off and continue with the actual story. We're gonna have to report back to the king. Interestingly enough, and this is kind of gonna be something that sets, or that causes some pain in a sense for Tia. The lady does not tell Tia that she is also part of this. So she is not actually destined to travel with us. She's just kind of tagging along for the ride. Also, best line in the game coming up in just a moment. Is there a guy here? So there, I figured I'd pause for it ever so slightly. Turns out that Guy's sister Hilda has been getting, or her condition has been getting worse. So Guy is going to go back home to take care of her. So with that, we are just gonna have to continue with the these three characters. It's just Maxim and the two girls by our side. We are going to go do a little bit more investigating on this Gades character that we just fought. He did not seem to be a very nice dude. Gonna warp to Gordovan here, make our way to Merrick's. Right now we're gonna get kind of into a small side quest of sorts, and this is actually one that can go very quickly or very slowly depending on the RNG. This is definitely going to be one of the dungeons with the most RNG of any dungeon in the run, even though it's also one of the shortest dungeons. And that's specifically because of one room with a bunch of enemies in it, and the pattern they give is completely random. First though, quick shopping menu. Actually, I'm going to buy a few more of those. I don't really need to. 20 is the minimum I need, but 20 is cutting it really close, so I'd rather have an extra. Also gonna buy Fireball and Trick for Selin. And with that, I can just move on. I got a menu flesh quite regularly here to prevent the random encounters, because a lot of the random encounters here are faster. And faster random encounters would kind of be a problem. The Cave Bridge. Very small dungeon, like I said, but also a dungeon that can royally screw me over sometimes. There's a switch that I need to hit here. This dungeon generally I tend to not call Cave Bridge, but rather Character Development Cave, as a lot of this dungeon is just a little bit about character development. We get into this room over here, and that's just empty. There's no stairs. So Tia starts to walk around, and Maxim finds it super reckless. Then Tia falls down, and Maxim gets worried, but he starts to look for the stairs, whereas Selin actually decides to jump down immediately. Now, in the next room, a similar situation happens. But this time around, there's no stairs, and Selin falls down, and Maxim is willing to immediately jump after her, whereas he wasn't able to do that for Tia. And Tia kind of just starts to think to herself, if only you were just, if only you'd just been cold to her instead. Yeah, this room is one of the worst in the game. Ugh, and this is kind of why. I'll take it from the side. Okay. Would have been a lot worse. Would have been a lot better, though. We defeat the enemy, and then I can just hit the orb, and that destroys it, and we can move on. That gets rid of all of the monsters in this cave. See, at the top, there was this guy who's been trying to restore the bridge, but he kept being attacked by monsters. Now he's going to restore the bridge, and that's going to allow us access to the next town. That gets us to the Bound Kingdom. Now, as soon as we enter the kingdom, it's going to get attacked by more monsters. That's kind of bad. This is Idura. You're going to see him about 1 billion more times throughout the game. This is just the first time that we get to see him. He got orders from a certain someone to attack the castle. And then this warrior shows up, and he's like, and he gets attacked by the monsters, but he basically destroys all of them instantly. And then Idura is like, "You'll pay for this," and he's like, "Pay? Pay is something I do. Is something I do when I want to buy something. You have nothing I want to buy." Also, there's this one tiny little jelly that remains. So the prince walks out, who thinks he's very powerful, and starts to destroy this jelly, thinking that that was the one that was the monster attacking the kingdom. Yeah, not a very strong prince, and not a very smart prince, or a very smart guy, guard for that matter. Interestingly enough, Decker is actually one of the very few characters to show up in more than one Lufia game. So I guess there's a little bit more lore on the series as a whole. Lufia 2 is actually the first in the series, followed by Lufia 4, The Ruins of Lore, and Decker actually shows up in that game as well. That one plays 20 years later, so by that point Decker is a bit older, but he's still alive. And then you get Lufia 1, which plays 99 years later, and then Lufia 3, The Legend Returns, which plays 200 years later. We have yet to see the character with the most appearances, by the way. That one shows up much, much later in the game, as there's one character who shows up in all but one game. Only playable in Lufia 3, though. Anyway, it turns out that Idura has made his way into the North Labyrinth. So the prince is like, "Get my stuff, I'm going after him." And then the king's like, "Decker, could you please secretly follow him and make sure that he stays safe?" And Decker does that, though he is like, "Well, we really should put an end to this. Somebody really needs to put him straight, because this is not good. This can't keep happening." I'm gonna pick up the Thunder Ring and try to manipulate the enemies in this cave to make sure I dodge all of them. Now, this cave itself is generally speaking pretty easy. There is a cool little glitch I can do towards the end. I guess I should clarify the category in that sense as well. I've not even talked about why it's called no major glitches. In theory, there is a glitch in the game through which about 5 minutes in, you can start setting up a wrong warp towards the end. The world record for that is, I believe, something like 8 minutes. I could be very far off with that. I have not looked at the leaderboards recently. But there are ways to basically skip the entire game. There's also some minor glitches, and this is a great example. By solving this puzzle and then immediately unsolving it, we actually allow ourselves to already walk as the bridge is still rising, because the game is confused, because, you know, the bridge is supposed to have already been up, because after you solve it, you get locked into place for a bit, right? Actually, no, I don't think you get locked into place, but you can't cross it yet. But then if you unsolve it afterwards, you know, that basically the game kind of gets confused, and as a result, you can move on, even though you don't have the puzzle fixed anymore. Anyway, annoying boss fight incoming here. This is what we got Fireball for. These 4 enemies are going to attack at random. All I really want is that they don't attack anyone enough to kill anyone. Especially Selen, that would be very bad. I'm actually only going to kill 3, and that's mainly so that I can use both of my other characters right here to heal the party, and that makes this next fight a little bit safer. This way I can guarantee that I have enough health going into it. So that's the first fight, but there is a second fight that we need to do. These are the trolls, and they can be literal trolls. We're gonna Big Boomer twice. They can paralyze on hit. The only one that can't be paralyzed is Selen. Okay, in hindsight, it would have been faster for me to fireball all 3, but I ended up trying to go for the safe strat. So I can do this. I'm going to... Where is it? I'm gonna regain Selen in case Selen gets attacked. It does not happen, so that's fine. The regain is still going to heal her back to full, so it kind of works out. And then fireball for the kill here. Now, Idura is like, ha, I can keep doing this all day. And then Decker shows up and, well, more monsters, but Decker doesn't have any of that, and he's going to give us access, or build, or get the bridge back up so that we can actually escape. Now with this, the prince has actually kind of learned his lesson and now knows that he is not quite as strong as he initially thought he was. The Decker is going to escort them out, and we've saved the day. Okay, now before we actually move out, I'm going to remove all of the equipment there. I'm going to equip the Thunder Ring here, and I'm going to equip the Mind Ring here. The reason I actually unequip everything from Tia is because that'll be the last fight where Tia will actually be part of our party. We're gonna go back into the castle, and it turns out that Gades actually visited while we were away. So we're gonna go talk to the king, see what Gades told him. So it turns out it wasn't really so much of a conversation as it was more so a threat. He said that he was going to sink Sime Island, which is where Parcelite is at, and destroy the entire Bound Kingdom. No demands or anything. He was just going to do that. That's what he told us. Now we come up with the most brilliant idea in RPG history right here. See, we figure it's way too dangerous for the girls. So, as we are going to face what is supposed to be literally one of the strongest bosses in the game, we decide to leave behind all of our healers and go with initially just Maxim and Decker, but then Guy shows up and is like, Hilda's doing better, so I'm gonna join as well. So we have none of our healers as we go into what is basically the scariest boss in the game. Very, very smart, of course. In normal any percent glitchless, this fight can actually be very scary because of it. In this particular category, it won't really be. We're much higher level than we would normally because of that 4 times as much experience. So I don't really have anything to worry about. So we're gonna go into the tower. Now the tower actually, this is one of those places that can go really quickly or really slowly, again, depending on the RNG. Most rooms are really straightforward, but some rooms really are not. We're also gonna get introduced to a new mechanic, the pink pillars. Every time we push one of these into a wall, the wall, or we can use that to basically, if it's a movable wall, it'll move the wall. That was the actual only time ever in the entire run where we get to use that mechanic, by the way. So, yeah, we got introduced to that mechanic. Don't ever expect to see it again. You won't. Anyway, we have to defeat all the enemies in the room here before we can move on. So, Rashla, if you want to talk more, go ahead.
Sure, I can do that. I can tell a little bit about the donation incentives that we have coming up. As some people might know, Crrool is actually a teacher. But don't you want to see a teacher dropping down the stairs?
No.
Because there's a... You're saying no, I'm saying yes. So tomorrow we have the donation incentive for dropping McGonagall down the stairs in Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. And I know it's great to see, actually. So we still need 100 euros for that. So if you want to see a teacher dropping down the stairs, donate.
It's a great incentive for sure. Although, be nice to teachers, okay? I mean, I might be biased here, but please don't throw me down the stairs.
And we also have a donation incentive for our next one, which is going to be in like 3 hours. Which is going to be Ruby Grim Eclipse, and you can actually pick the outfit for Wise. And at the moment, there hasn't been donated for it. So if you want a nice suit, like if you want a time skip suit, or we were actually talking about teachers, so if you want to see the school suits, then you can donate for it there. And like, you only need €1 to actually snipe it at the moment. Also for later today, we have the any percent bonus run for a short hike. It's still we still need €125 for that. And I believe in the evening we have the Mort the Chicken donation incentive, where we, if the donation incentive get met, we are actually going to watch the cutscenes, and I've heard that they are great to see. And we only need, now I need to do some math, €64 left for watching the cutscenes for Mort the Chicken. And to finish my whole talk, we also have a donation incentive for Super Mario Galaxy 2 for the perfect run. It's basically a run they only have 1 hit point, and they need to do a 5-minute run with a lot of enemies and no checkpoints, and so they actually need to do the perfect run. Perfect! We still need a little bit more than €100 to make that happen, so please donate for that. Back to you, Crrool.
Alright, so by now we've retrieved the key. The biggest RNG room in this part actually went really well, which is this room. I needed to pick up that pumpkin jewel, which usually is very easy, but if it decides to troll you, it trolls massively. But luckily that wasn't a thing we had to deal with. One more item I need to pick up, which is over here, the Pfizer shield. And then we're going to equip Maxim and give him the pumpkin jewel. We're going to equip Guy, and we're going to give the Gladius here. It's actually a weaker weapon than what we already had, but it does super effective damage against the next boss, making it more powerful to use despite its lower base attack. Gonna drop that. We needed this switch to get a ladder out. And now we're coming up on a puzzle that I, as a kid, never managed to solve. It actually... Like, I first played this game when I was like 8 or 9 or something. I don't know exactly what age I was, but something like that. And I never actually solved it. It took a friend of mine, by the time I was 12, to actually explain me how this worked. You need to hit that 5 times, that 3 times, and then you can actually have it appear. There are some hint tiles towards it, but in the official manual, it actually said to use a bomb and an arrow. And I never understood why a bomb and an arrow wouldn't work, but the bomb and arrow is actually referring to a different puzzle. Okay, that was very lucky. It is completely random which ones wins, and it's quite nice if you get it first try immediately like that. That's quite rare. Good RNG right there. Anyway, that means we now get to face Gades, the not quite final boss of the game, but a really powerful boss nonetheless. So, yeah, let's go fight him. Now this guy is weak to holy damage, and we actually have characters that can do holy damage. Unfortunately, I don't have enough to buff my attack yet. I should after this Destructo wave, though. I equipped the Mind Ring on Steve. That allows me to use Stronger, even though Stronger is not a spell that should usually already be available at this point. On a different note, ideally, I actually want to take a lot of damage with Decker, specifically Decker. If Decker gets to close to full IP, I might be able to save a minute or so in a dungeon later on. Okay, we've now buffed one of our characters. Let's buff the other one as well. He's going for Destructo waves, which is a little slow, but actually not that bad. It is a bit slow, unfortunately, because it is the longest animation of all of his moves. Ideally, Devastation on Decker would be best, at least at this point. Physical attack on Guy is also fine, although that does mean that I'm relatively low on health with Guy, which is a little bit scary. Now the upside is I should be able to use Holy Energy here, which will hopefully allow me to get a kill, or at least to pick up the kill relatively soon. This guy's got 3000 HP, so the 800 damage that Guy does there is quite significant. Wrong character to use Devastation on, if I'm being honest. Although we should win here, I think. Yeah, there we go. So, as we defeat Gades, he's going to, or we're going to walk back, and the corridor actually collapses there. He's going to activate this mechanism that'll cause Sime Island, the island where Parcelite is at, to start sinking. It's kind of his final act of terror. And then he disappears. And then as he does, Selen and Tia show up. And Tia is convinced that she'll go with me, but, you know, that's not really a possibility. I mean, the corridor is kind of collapsed here. So Selen convinces Tia to leave the tower, and they're gonna wait in Parcelite. You know, the place that is literally sinking into the ocean right now. That's how much faith they have in me. Yeah, we gotta destroy 2 statues here. That's the first thing we need to do. First one needs a bomb, second one needs an arrow. And then on the left here, there's one more puzzle. We need to actually just have the rooms match up. I always thought you needed to change all the tiles, but they just need to match up. I can just do it like that. Interestingly enough, for 100%, there is actually an item here that you can miss, and if you miss it, your run is invalid right then and there. Because there is an item that, like this part of the dungeon you can never go back to, but if you miss the item, the run's just over. And with that,
do we have time for a quick donation?
Yeah, go ahead.
We got a €33 donation from Donator saying, "Hey chat, donate more, yo. Thank you for the generous donation."
Does that mean we have a winner yet for Ruby? Or at least something that's in the lead? Or...
I'm actually going to check, because he also donated for a name. No, it hasn't been towards Ruby, so that's still going on.
Alright. Yeah, as we get back into town, Selen comes running towards us. All sad that we, or all happy, really. Sad that at how scared she was, but happy that we're safe. Tia, on the other hand, decides to walk away. She's very much still in love with Maxim, but not the warrior. Maxim. Rather, she is, and she tells Decker here that back when she was a kid, she used to be teased a lot because her name Tia sounded a lot like tear. She used to cry a lot, and Maxim or Stee was the one to tell her that she shouldn't cry so much because that's really only making things worse. Ever since that day, she tried very, very hard to never cry again, and she hasn't cried ever since. She's worried that if she now were to see Maxim or Stee again, she would start to cry, and she's not ready for that yet. And then a little while goes by, really not that much, and then Maxim and Stee are Selen and Stee are gonna get married. It's only been a month, by the way, so a month after the adventure with Gades, the two of them get married. And then Jesse starts to show up, and they start to joke around about when they are finally going to get married. Now this soldier comes running in, and it seems that some monsters are attacking the castle. And then Selen's like, dude, it's our wedding day, really? And then Stee is like, but Selen, aren't you hiding your sword under your dress? And she's like, well, I feel kind of naked without it. So they go and fight some monsters. Yeah, so far our wedding day. There's just small monsters, they're not a real problem for us. And then spring comes around. A couple months go by. And we get home, and something smells different. Selen has tried cooking deep-fried jelly. Summer goes by. It's super warm this summer, so stay hydrated, everyone. And she basically tells us that she was planning to go on the beach. And this girl actually is like, she has a swimsuit of two parts. The top part is tiny, and the other part is even tinier. She's just gonna wear a one-piece swimsuit, though, so don't get your hopes up. Anyway, autumn. Here we go. And autumn is a great season for practice. Now this blue-haired guard right there can actually be on the tile where the other soldier ends up, at which point they end up both being on top of each other. And then the two are gonna fight a bit together. Winter time comes. And in winter time, really not much happens. But at some point, I believe Selen asks Stee if he's still happy. No, it's the other way around. Stee asks Selen if she's still happy. And they're like, do I even need to say it? And it's super cute. And then a little while later, our baby boy Jeros is born. And this is actually kind of what starts the rest of the series. See, in Lufia 1, at the start of the game, it actually mentions that the main protagonist is a descendant of Maxim. That baby boy right there is that character's like great-grandfather or something. But Jeros gets kidnapped by Idura, so we're gonna go have to save him. I always run into the castle there. Very common for me to happen. Anyway, there's a lighthouse in the northeast, and that's where our baby boy is at, so we're gonna make our way through that lighthouse right now. Now this first room's actually quite interesting. It's where the dungeon splits. And if you go to the left, you get into, or the progression basically gets locked. Oh, first and foremost, memory puzzle. Let's see how well I still know it. Heck. Hold on, I'm gonna actually open up the solution then. It's that one with that one. Okay, still knew most of it, but small mistake there. Not a big deal. We need that in order to open up those pillars right there. If you make more than 4 mistakes, the room gets crowded by monsters, which is really annoying. So you really want to solve that fast. Which works for me. I mean, this is a speedrun after all, so I can do fast. Gonna place a bomb there. That's gonna open up this wall. Come on. Puts the ladder in place, and from there we can now get the key. Now, an interesting little thing with this dungeon in particular, and this is actually a thing for a couple of places, after we get the key, there is a warp tile that gets us almost back to the start. But I'm actually not going to take it. I'm going to escape out of the dungeon and re-enter. That turns out to be slightly faster. So we get the key, and basically I'm just gonna escape and just re-enter the dungeon, because now I have to use that exact same arrow puzzle, but pointing in the other direction. There we go. Got the second floor here. Third floor. From here on, it's a pretty straightforward place to go through, so Rashla, feel free to talk for a bit.
Okay. Well, we are the Benelux Speedrunner Gathering. We organize bi-monthly gatherings in the Benelux for speedrunners. Due to the situation surrounding COVID-19, we are currently doing our extended BSG online event instead of our week-long annual. That's why we are sitting at home and not actually sitting really close to each other. And we are doing this marathon with streamers from both the Benelux and the rest of the world, bringing you entertainment during the lockdown. And we are raising money for Mind, which is a nationwide organization committed to prevent mental health issues and to support everyone who has dealt with mental issues themselves or within their family. All of your donations will go to Mind, and if you donate, you can also put it to donation incentives. And for our next run, I know I've said it a lot already, but I really would want to see at least one pick for this bid war for Ruby, where you can actually pick the outfit of Vice, and there hasn't been donated for it at all. So if you have €1 left, you can actually just pick the suit for Vice.
Okay, by now we are going to get into the next boss fight. This is Idura. This is the first of 3 times we're going to be fighting him. He kidnapped our baby boy, and then Iris showed up to, well, save the day, really. The idea is pretty straightforward. I'm going to heal with Selen on pretty much every turn, and I'm going to be attacking with Maxim. That wasn't supposed to happen. Why are we slower? I mean, it's okay. I luckily do have a safety item in place. But that is going to slow down this fight by quite a bit. I'm gonna use the regain here. I was supposed to heal with Selen. I did that wrong. Still working out though. I'm pretty sure that he dies, so I'm gonna do this. Yeah. Okay, a bit slow because of that mistake, or rather, I'm still not entirely sure what I did wrong there. Oh, I was supposed to... No. No, I was supposed to battle list with Selen on turn 1. I'm very confused as to why Selen died there. Luckily, things worked out. Oh, wait, no, I already know. I forgot to equip the B-Rock on her. That's what causes her to be faster. That makes sense. Anyway, we get our baby boy back, and Iris tells us that we should pick up our sword again and need to travel again. See, Gades was supposed to be the end of it, except Maxim was supposed to die at the top of that tower, and he didn't. And because we didn't die, and because he got a descendant, that means that instead, it is now time for us to travel again, because there's an even bigger evil than there was before now threatening the world once again. So with that, we are just going to slowly progress. I'm going to use the tower here instead of a menu. That works. We're going to go through this portal. And at the back of the portal, we actually find Guy and Decker, who, I mean, they've picked up on something stronger happening, right? So they're going to join our party over here. Now they really like being in the front row, or in the back row, so we're gonna put them back in the back row where they, or sorry, in the front row where they should be. Gonna buy a couple of spells here, Stronger for Selen and Maxim, and Blizzard for both of them. Blizzard really only needed to be on Selen, but it doesn't matter to have it on both. And then I'm gonna buy a couple of Ice Balls. The next 3 bosses are all weak to ice, so having Ice Balls can speed up those fights quite a bit. Now, if we talk around in the town there, it turns out that somebody has caused all of the ships to sink. So they're like, in order to progress, we would need to sail to the east, but we can't really do that because there's no ship to sail with. Hello, Mr. B. It's really annoying when bees do that. They can randomly decide to. So please don't, Mr. B. That's really annoying. Bees move in a really weird pattern. It's... I pressed Y. Come on. Okay. This place is not going great so far. We can make it work. It's not a big deal. But this place is not going great so far. The bees move in a pattern of 0, 1, 2, 1, 0. As in 0 steps, then 1 step, then 2 steps, then 1 step, then 2 steps again. That tree has 2 movement patterns. He's either going to move as after I've passed him or right before it. In the first case, I need to stun him. In the second case, it's no big deal. And this is the room that usually gives me the most trouble, because movement patterns can be quite random there. But we get the key. And we're gonna move back. Okay, so far so good. And the bee didn't troll there. Okay. Now this room is kind of just a movement puzzle of sorts. Not a very difficult one, so you just do it like that. But if you make a misstep there, it can be quite bad. And we get the fire arrow. Now, I really feel like fire arrows should kill the tree enemies. But, nope. The fire arrow basically does the exact same thing as the regular arrow, except it also burns those little grasses on the floor. It's used for a couple of puzzles, but other than that, it is probably the least used tool in the entire run. I just reset the room there. That does keep it in place because both of the buttons were pressed as I was on it. Bit of a movement puzzle here. Very important I don't fall down there. That would be very bad. We switch back to the hookshot for the next room, because here we need to hookshot from pillar to pillar, trying to dodge all the enemies along the way, and there is a few that can be really annoying to dodge. like the bee. That one, most of the others are have a very predictable movement pattern. I guess that's not really a thing I've talked about much, but most enemies actually move in a specific pattern. So a lot of enemies, for example, move right when I move right, or move left when I move up, or something like that. So I can kind of predict what they do. Some of them will just chase after you if you're close enough. And then there are some that move completely random. See, this one's one that always just chase me. Because it always chases me, it's really easy for me to just walk around it. And at the top of the tower, or at the top of the mountain here, we find the shipbuilder. See, he said that he wasn't going to build another ship until he got access to the Phantom Tree. A tree that is much more lightweight than that, like it's a kind of wood that's very lightweight, making it ideal for shipbuilding. So we're gonna help him actually get access to it. Now the idea for the fight is pretty easy. Ice ball. Ice ball. Yeah, I can ice ball again. And stronger. Sometimes I'll use Maxim to heal or Steve to heal as well. I actually want Decker to get hit one more time so that his Ikari points are at full. That would save me quite a bit of time later on. Unfortunately, Decker didn't get hit there. We still have a chance. He's very close, and it would really save a good chunk. He being attacked isn't that bad. If I can build up enough that I can use an Ikari move, it would actually speed up the fight quite a bit. Bite on Selen is really bad. Double Bite on Selen is the worst. That's about the worst thing they can do. Okay, there's Decker's IP to full, so at least we'll save some time later because of that. That's going to save some time on Idora 3.
Do we have time for a quick donation?
Yep.
Because somebody actually listened. We got a €1 donation from Clover saying, let's combine two cool franchises together and put a bit towards the Junko skin for Ruby Rim Eclipse. Also, good luck, Crrool. Thank you, Clover.
Okay, so before we move on, I'm actually going to heal the entire party. The reason I do that is because our magic actually gets restored on Selen after this dungeon. But not everybody's health gets fully restored. See, we find the Phantom Tree, we warp back so that Jaffe can get his men, and now we need to wait because a ship needs to be built, and that takes time. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I know the best way, hands down, to spend your time if you need to wait for 2 days. Now, Decker and Guy, they're gonna decide to go party. Like, that's an option. I'm not much for partying though. So instead, what I'm going to do is I am going to go into the inn here. And we're gonna go sleep. And we're gonna go sleep again. And hey, would you look at that? 2 days have passed. Let's move on. Let's see how Jaffe's doing, shall we? Oh, hey, look, the ship is done. Now, many people that know this game mainly know it for the Ancient Cave, which is a dungeon, basically like a roguelike dungeon in this game. Get set back to level 1. Every floor is randomly generated, monsters are random, and that sort of stuff. We are going to pay a visit to the ancient cave here. How about that?
Are we gonna do the full ancient cave?
Nah, ain't nobody got time for that. I'm noticing my capture card really kind of screwing up the sea here. I don't know what that is with my capture card today, but... oh well. Minor graphical glitch. No, I'm mainly here because in the shop here they sell sleep balls. And see, the nice thing about those is the next 3 bosses, definitely the next 2 bosses, are vulnerable to sleep, meaning if I put a sleep ball to it, then they get their turn, then I do all of my attacks, and then on the next turn I sleep ball them, then they get their turn. Basically, I can lock them out of doing anything. So yeah, it seems my upscaler does not very much like my my Super Nintendo. That's kind of a thing. Oh well, minor detail. Anyway, we get to Narcissus, and as soon as I enter the stairs here, we hear this flute. And as the flute sound goes, all of the unmarried ladies start to walk towards the tower. Well, initially it tells us all of the young ladies do, and then later we find out that but Selen isn't influenced, and we kind of figure out, well, it must be because she's married. And one of the boyfriends of one of those girls actually goes towards the tower to try and save her. And then Guy and Decker are like, or well, initially Decker, but Guy as well, are like, I'm gonna go save those girls. And then we all kind of decide to go. Remember how I told, by the way, that Guy and Decker really love being in the back row? Yeah, they just moved back to the back row again. Okay, here we go. Tower of Sacrifice. Very annoying tower sometimes because there are enemies here that can teleport. Although the rest of the tower itself is actually really straightforward. On that one, that's one of the most annoying ones. If he gets like in a corridor somewhere, it is really hard to dodge him. I'm taking the movement a bit slow just to make sure that that's a thing. Also, we can walk into the wall here. There's a secret path there. You're supposed to go to the other side and notice that there's a secret path and then use that to progress, but we can actually just walk into it already. Okay, no enemies so far. We're off to a pretty good start. Here's another room that we need to visit. Behind here are the ice ring and the key that we need to pick up. But for one of them, there's kind of a wall in the way. Oh, well, that works. Oh, the dungeon just now, by the way, or the town just now, that is Narcissus, where we got that, or where that ruby apple earlier was sold. So we dropped the pillars below the wall, and that causes the entire thing to collapse. Somehow the entire wall is still in one piece, which is quite impressive if you ask me. Equip the ice ring on Selen. Move around the chest to dodge the enemy, and from here I can progress again. That's the only item I needed in this dungeon, so we're actually just gonna move to the boss as quick as possible from here. Now, there is actually... earlier I mentioned that it is technically possible for this game to hardlock. Oh, before I actually explain that, this is a really cool little trick. Those blocks are supposed to move to the wall, but if we block it by a bomb like that, we actually can stop that from happening. Cool little exploit. There's actually, like, on this next boss, There is a very famous hard lock in this game that happened to a runner named Voltus. He had his game hard locked as the game said, the game is over now. There's still a clip of that out there somewhere in his highlights. That's been many, many years. But basically the characters at some point going towards that boss say, the game is over, here I come. Or and it says and it's locked as it said, the game is over here. Not over now, it's over here. But it's like the timing of that was just absolutely ridiculous, and it's a really, really funny clip. A little puzzle over here, pretty straightforward on this one. Gotta stun that one, and that gets us to the boss floor. And then as we get to the girls, we actually fall into a trap. But, as you may have already noticed, Decker isn't actually in the trap. See, he's smart enough to not fall for it. So Idura is like, he's like, ladies, don't worry, I'll save you right here. And then he faces Idura, and Idura's like, yeah, okay, now you've bested me. And then he falls for the trap. And then Idura is back. It's like, easy, so easy. And then he asks the ladies to step aside, and he's just going to hit the wall at random. And succeed at it. Here's the game is over, here we go. That's the line that I was referring to. Anyway, Ice Ball. Ice Ball. Gotta make sure I do this correctly. Fleet on himself, and then Blizzard. So the first turn he gets to attack, and it's actually perfect that he attacked Stee there. That's going to make sure that I have enough for another fleet on the next boss fight. This fleet was mostly just to guarantee that we were faster than Idura. We usually already are, but I wasn't 100% sure that I would be. So I figured we'd just do it like that, because now I can just Sleep Ball, Blizzard. See, now we Sleep Ball, now it's his turn, then we Blizzard and attack, and that basically makes this fight completely free. So yeah, that's this boss. How you guys all doing today? Hope you guys have been enjoying this run so far. If you have, like I said, I don't actually run Lufia very much, but if you like Pokemon speedrunning, I do that a lot over on my channel. So if you like what you're seeing, and if you like Pokemon, be sure to hop over to my channel and drop a follow. I don't know, I have nothing to talk about during this fight, so this was just the ideal moment for a shameless self-plug right here. Anyway,
Well, if you have nothing to talk about, I just wanted to ask, how does it feel to play Lufia again after playing so much Pokemon?
I mean, I'm still mostly playing on muscle memory because I've run this game so long that even after I came back for practice, like first run I did, I was already sub-estimate pace, no problem. Even though my estimate hasn't changed anything from my last run back at ESA 2018 or something. So, that's a thing. No, it feels as if I've never left, basically. I'm noticing my menus being slightly slower, but other than that, things are going quite well.
Yeah, it looks actually really good what you're doing, but do we have time for a quick...
Yep, go ahead.
We got a €64 donation from Shuri Beer saying, Mort the chicken cutscenes hype! Also cool, let's make a small detour and do an ancient cave 100% run in this any percent run. We have the time, trust me, and with that, we are going to see the cutscenes in Mort the Chicken.
Nice. Well, Shuri, see, if you were running this, you might have the time for it, but with my ancient cave skills, I think I might go overestimate a little bit by that point. Which, I mean, you might not mind, but I think Zeta might. Anyway, what you missed in story, by the way, is basically after we saved the girls, all their boyfriends came running in, who also all independently tried to save them as well. So, yeah, Decker isn't going to be able to marry any of them. So now Decker is all alone again, and we go into the next dungeon. The Idora is still alive. He escaped into another dungeon. And we're also going to find an item that I'm no sure he is going to be very jealous about, the Decker Blade. It is the most sought-after item for ancient cave runners, and we just pick it up like it's nothing. Just how we do around here. Now, the reason the Decker Blade is considered so powerful is that the Decker Blade has the IP move to do half of the enemy's current health in damage in a single hit. And this is also why I wanted Decker to have full Ikari points, because now that we have that, we can actually use it on the next boss, and that saves a good chunk of time. I want to take it very safe with this enemy right here. He's annoying. You can just kind of teleport around, be a nuisance like that. Quickly gonna heal. Quickly gonna take a safety save. And it's time for me to go fight Idora once again. This'll be the last time that we fight Idora. We learned that Idora actually works for Amon, one of the other Sinistrals. Battle Lust, Fatal Blow, Fleet, and Light Bulb. They actually don't do any damage on turn 1. This is the worst thing he could do, summon a companion. That's actually going to slow down the fight a little bit, because now it means I need to summon the companion, or fight the companion on the next turn. We deal a crap ton of damage there. I'm gonna, I need to get rid of this companion first. It would have been slightly faster for me to use Flash, but this works. We put Idora to sleep like we did in the previous fight, so from here on out, he can't really do anything. And from here on, we just cheese the fight, just like we did before. Now, the reason it saves so much is just that 1600 damage in the first turn. That is about half his HP. I think we actually kind of low-rolled. But that saves like 30 to 40 seconds on this fight alone. Well, hopefully that's enough for a kill. Yep, there we go. And that's the boss. Yeah, that actually, like, I've actually been saving time here because of that. I've got my splits running up in the back just so I kind of see how I'm doing compared to estimates, but still not bad. Anyway, we walk into the room behind it and we find Iris trapped here, and it turns out that we can't actually escape out. It's blocked by magic. So we need to find a way to get out of here. And we figure, okay, the way that we can do that is by figuring out where the mechanism of that trap of sorts is hiding and to destroy it. So that's what we're gonna do. Most of this part is really straightforward, but this enemy right here can actually be a problem. These pillars are broken. We just destroy all of them. I just need to make sure I don't run into that Medusa-like enemy right there. And as I say that, I run into it, because I am very smart, apparently. Thought I had enough movement room to dodge it. Very clearly I did not. The annoying part now is Guy just got poisoned. I don't have any antidotes left, because you're not supposed to get poisoned this far into the run. Anyway, Decker destroys the mechanism, and then Idura shows up, or rather, his spirit shows up, and he unleashes one last attack. Captures Decker, and, well, we need to get out, but we have to leave Decker behind. So, rip Decker. So now we're all sad. Iris is gonna apparently pray for Decker. We just need to continue our quest here. Which brings us to the Shrine of Triadol. And another small side quest that we're going to have to do in a moment. Where's the church in this town again? I kind of want to get rid of that poison. And you can only... I could do so by having Guy die, but that's rather slow. Or I could use a church for it. Or buy an antidote, but church is probably faster. So we learn that we kind of need a ship in order to continue, and we learn that there's actually a professor who's selling his ship. He's a bit of a weird guy, supposedly. We're gonna go pay him a visit. So this place is a huge trap. Half of these doors just send you back to the beginning. But we get to Lexus Shire Laboratory. Now, it turns out he's selling his ship because it's not powerful enough to hold this. He has an invention where he mixes oil and air to create movement without wind. And then the thing blows up in our face. So we tell him that, okay, you know what, maybe we should just ask Jihad for, to build us a ship. And he gets a bit surprised because he thought Jihad wasn't building ships anymore until he found the Phantom Tree, and we're like, yeah, we found that for him. And we tell him that we're just a bunch of crazies fighting Sinistrals. Now, Lex says he actually has a machine that measures energy waves. And we go stand next to this meter, and he measures way higher than he's ever measured before. So, yeah, we're just a bunch of crazies picking fights with Sinistrals. And, yeah, Lexus is like, please take me with you guys. You know, I can do spells and whatnot. I've been very curious about this, and I wanna join in on this. He also promised to make some improvements on the engine, so that, you know, if we get a ship, we can use the engine, and that'll allow us to travel around the world much faster, which is absolutely a better option, right? Now we do need a ship that uses, or that is made with the Phantom Tree, so we're gonna go talk to the Jihad again. And we tell him that the reason we want specifically one from the Phantom Tree is because of that engine. So he goes to work to get that done, and we now need to wait for a while. He told us that he would bring the engine to wherever we were staying. We tell him we're staying in Triadol. And as we walk into the town, we meet this girl who sells us a flower. And immediately after selling us a flower, she basically collapses because of how exhausted she is. Turns out she's been selling flowers to try and make a little bit of money for her brother and sister and herself because, you know, they're out of work. Their parents aren't around anymore. So, you know, they need something to make some money. He also tells us that she saw a beautiful flower on top of the mountain. Now, she pretty much immediately gets back up as soon as she wakes up, so we're gonna force her to sleep. We're gonna put her under a sleep spell where she'll naturally wake up once she's well rested. Now it's time for us to go find that flower. Hey, we have nothing better to do, right? The flower is up on this mountain. The Flower Mountain. And this is actually where we're going to get the last tool of our tool belt. I'll be right here, the hammer. Now the hammer is also immediately one of the most used ones as it has a ton of very useful properties. So the hammer has the same property as the hookshot and arrow and fire arrow in that it stuns enemies on hit. It can break blocks like that. It doesn't break many blocks, but it can break certain blocks. And it can push pillars back a tile if we hit it with the hammer, which is used in quite a number of puzzles. And I'll go down here. Now this dungeon is mostly notorious for the amount of rooms it has with a ton of enemies in it. And there's actually one coming up that's quite annoying, but there's a weapon there that I really want to get because of how much it speeds up other fights. I'm gonna fall down here, grab the burn sword, stun that, and then it's down to RNG. Sometimes the enemies kind of just leave you alone, and this is pretty easy. But sometimes they just decide to attack you left and right, and there's not much you can do. That was actually a pretty bad RNG pattern. But like I said, sometimes it's just really hard to dodge them. And you kind of just have to hope you get lucky. Now there is actually another item that I'm still going to pick up, and this is actually one of the very few optional items. See, there is a... there's an axe back here, the flying axe. And I don't need to pick this up, but the item is so good that it'll actually save me time on a boss fight later. So much so that it makes up for the entire time loss of having to go and pick it up there. We use the flower key. Go down here. Gotta be careful about that guy. I always forget about this plant enemy here. This is one of the enemies I tend to hit quite often because of that. Quick heal. Quick menu. We're gonna give Guy the burn sword. We're gonna get the fire dagger over there. The mini shield. Save the game. And on to the next boss fight. Ball. Brick. That's the wrong item to use. And it's an extra 40 damage, so it's not that big a deal, and he didn't even wake up for that matter. I'm gonna just try to keep this thing asleep as much as possible. There is a chance he'll wake up. Because of me being higher level, his agility is actually in a really weird position. So turn order can be a bit awkward sometimes. But I can try to keep him asleep most turns. Try and cheese this fight that way. And that gets us to this flower. Now this flower actually plays a very significant role over the course of the game. This is the so-called Propheia flower. It'll be named in just a second. The Propheia flower actually shows up in every single Lufia game in the entire series. Actually, I don't know about the remake, or well, quote-unquote remake of Lufia 2, but I'm pretty sure it does there too. Like, this flower shows up just about everywhere. And basically, we give this flower to the girl. And, she wants to buy it, but we don't allow her to. And we tell her to just... And she's gonna grow, like, thousands of them. And sell them all over the world. And as we'll learn in Lufia 2, she's going to be quite successful at that. We also get ourselves a ship, one that travels around very, very quickly. Very useful for us here. So Jihad is going to give us the ship. In return, he wants to make use of Lexus's lab a little bit. And with that, we can move on. Now, an interesting thing about the ship, actually, is every time I enter the ship, the step counter also gets reset. So you'll occasionally see me do that and reset the step counter like that, just to prevent me from running into random encounters. Just another way in which we can make sure to not run into random encounters. We get to this Kingdom of Dunkirk, and they're about to sign a peace treaty between this kingdom and the neighboring kingdom of Aurelio. And in return, Aurelio is going to give away its national treasure, the ruby icon. However, as we try to leave the castle because everything seems fine, we see two messengers say that the ruby icon has been stolen. Now, we don't actually have time to figure out because the next day would already be where the peace treaty would be signed. So we're gonna go to this guy to Jaffe for a favor. We're gonna ask him if he can make a red class replica of the ruby icon. The ruby icon was actually made by the guy who trained Jaffe. So it'll work out quite nicely. So he actually makes a really good replica. Almost impossible to tell apart from the real thing. We go back to Dunkirk Kingdom, and this is where we're gonna give that to the prince. And the assistant of the prince actually immediately falls for it, but the prince does notice that it is an imitation. He knows the ruby icon well enough to recognize it as a fake. However, because of that, the peace treaty can continue. The king actually falls for it, but unfortunately the queen does not. So she threatens to invade the neighboring kingdom, at which point the princess walks in and tells them that everyone in the castle already knew that the icon has been stolen. Also, the butler of the king, James, has surprisingly been missing for a few days. And he has not been seen recently. Coincidence? Probably, but we're going to investigate anyway. So next up, we're coming up on probably my least favorite dungeon because there's a lot of backtracking in this dungeon. Also on the way there, I'm going to have to regularly go into the menu because there are a fair few annoying random encounters here. It's also the first dungeon where we're going to see assassins, which is an enemy that always moves towards us at a 2 tiles per move speed, making them quite difficult to dodge. We're just gonna go around and try to dodge all the enemies here. First and foremost, I need to make this glass bridge appear. Now that that exists, I can move around a little bit more easily again. A warp there and there, which that hook shot there. Go around. See, there's a set of 4 spikes, or rather 4 sets of spikes that I need to get rid of in order to actually open up the path. Every set of spikes goes down if I hit a red orb. This is the first of those. Kind of needed her to move out of the way. Luckily, that didn't take very long. The advantage of this enemy is that they actually kind of always, or they mostly move in a horizontal and almost never vertically. Making them quite, like, if they're low like that, it's actually quite easy to dodge. Here's a puzzle where I just need to not be seen by the eye. Yeah, 2 lines of spikes down. Create a sort of a bridge there, and move on to this room. We're gonna get the Fury Ribbon. We want that for equipment for Lexus later. We do need to give him a bit of an upgrade. And then the last 2 orbs are around here. So this one's locked off, and the only way we get access to it is if I place the button there, then step on this. Now we do the exact same thing on the other side. This will allow me to get the key here. And if I now push this thing back into the center, I can get to the 3rd red orb. And then with all the spikes that we had drop here earlier, we now already have access to the 4th one. So I can now actually continue into the rest of the dungeon. Rashla, if you have stuff to talk about, feel free to take a few minutes.
Yeah, of course I can talk about a few stuff. Like I can talk about the Nation Incentive that's coming up in like 4 hours of now, but a really amazing one because it's for a short hike. We have an any percent bonus run, and I've just checked the submission, what was written down there, and it just looked beautiful. He's going to climb up. He's also going to make a beautiful dive, apparently, and there is great music in that game. And we only need a little bit more than 100 euros to actually see that any percent bonus run. So if you want to see this and it really sounds amazing, please donate for that. And also later today we also have a donation incentive for Super Mario Galaxy 2 for the perfect run. It's basically a one hit KO level of 5 minutes with a lot of enemies who are just trying to hit you, and there are no checkpoints at all, so the runners need to go to do perfect in that level, and they really want to show it off. We also need a little bit more than 100 euros for this donation incentive.
Feel free to keep going a little longer, by the way. This dungeon's really long.
Then we also want to thank ESA for supporting the event and for allowing us to stream on their channel. For more information about their upcoming events and any changes due to the COVID-19 outbreak, be sure to check out esamarathon.com. And you can also consider using your free monthly Twitch Prime, or as it's called now, Gaming Prime, on the ESA channel. You will get access to all the ESA emotes, and there are also several BSG emotes, and you get to support not only BSG but also ESA with this. So if you have it, please consider using it for this channel. You want me to continue?
No, I can take over from here. So we're actually almost at the end. There are still a few rooms we need to do, but we finally got to the key door. I'm going to... Okay, now we are full health. Good. So this is a very random room. These shadows have somewhat random movement patterns. And if I can get lucky, they don't end up moving onto the path, and it'd be very easy. But if we get unlucky, they decide to move on the path, and it can be very annoying. These shadows also have the vile laughter ability like that, which actually is kind of scary. I'm gonna play it rather safe here. Or at least try to. With the extra 100 damage from Maxim, we should get... Yeah, that should guarantee the kill. Good, so far so good. I am going to have Guy attack the shadow just in case they do survive. Luckily, that was not the case today. Luckily, that one cooperated. Okay, that could have gone a lot worse. Quick heal around the party. We're gonna quickly save the game. We haven't done that in a little bit. And that brings us to this point. So right here we actually find the butler, James, and the prince of the Gratz kingdom, as they are trying to hand over the ruby icon to the prince to kind of try and get a leg up there. They send a bunch of soldiers my way. I'm having none of that. We actually have a fantastic strategy to deal with this. Actually, I can just attack and beat. Immobilize has a chance to kind of just stun all of them into place, and that's the entire battle. Very difficult boss, as you can probably tell. Yeah, and then as the prince leaves, the James kind of gets left behind. Does not get a chance for redemption. And he's going to go to prison for a very long time, as he should. So the peace treaty continues, and all is well. Unfortunately, this going to the next day here does not actually heal me. Ellen mentions that it left her somewhat uneasy, leaving it like that, but then we see the princess actually offering up the ruby icon back, and the prince is like, you know that's not what I really want. And it's super sweet, and we get to continue again. I'm gonna have to make a quick stop in here again, because I've not been very smart today. Oh, actually, he did get healed. Wait, did we get healed there? I thought you didn't. Huh. Not that I mind. Anyway, the water gate gets opened. We can freely move through it. And that means it's time for us to continue to next location. This one we're not actually going to spend a whole lot of time on. The Faerham Kingdom is one of the shorter kingdoms that we need to do. No boss in this sequence either. Just a small side quest that needs to happen. We're going to teach Champion to Ceylon. Wouldn't have hurt for me to also teach it to Maxim, but this'll have to do. And we meet Hans over here. See, Hans is a swordsman who's madly in love with the princess, but obviously he's not worthy. Now, a prince has appeared, and the prince has been challenged to find a gem at the top of the tower to prove him being worthy for the princess. Now, Hans has been ordered by the prince to go look for this gem. And he's like, well, if that's what makes the princess happy, that's what I'll do. But there's this big light that has landed on top of the tower, so we kind of need to deal with that too. So we suspect it's going to be quite dangerous. So here we go to the top of the northeast tower to go look for a gem for the princess, and to figure out what that light is that has landed on top of the tower. Now this dungeon is another one of those similar to the lighthouse earlier, where we actually can warp back, or where it's actually faster for me to warp back using the escape spell, rather than actually just progressing through it the normal way. Like, backtracking is an option, but it's slow. I do have to very much consider the ninjas there. Those enemies are ninjas, and they are among the most deadly enemies in the game. They have double movement speed, and they all have multi-hit moves. They are really deadly. Even at my higher level, they can still be dangerous, so it's quite important for me to dodge them. There's 3 of them over the course of the run that I need to dodge. We've already dodged 2 of them. Here I'm going to escape out. And then once we've escaped out, we are gonna just move back to the same point where we were, where I kind of moved across the bridge to the other side. But this time I'm going to take the other exit. So that goes for this one. Instead of moving the bridge, I'm gonna just go up. And then we have a very small puzzle.
Do you have time for a quick donation?
Yep, go ahead.
We got a €1 donation from Dante123 saying, honk honk, also nice.
Honk. Okay, obligatory heart now that I have a cutscene here. Yeah, at the top of the tower, we find out that Amon, the Master of Chaos, is the one who was the result of that light, and he's quite powerful. He does recognize that we are powerful too, because we can move, even though he's there, but he's disappointed. We also find this green little petal right here. We just suspect that as being the gem. I mean, it's the only thing that's here, so it must be it, right? We're gonna go back to the Farim Kingdom. See how Hans is doing. And as we walk into the throne room, the prince that he got the petal for is super angry with him. Because how could that petal possibly be it? And then his assistant is like, you know, I brought a sapphire just in case, because I heard the princess loves sapphires. That was not the gem, though. She instantly knows it's not. The petal is. And she's like, Hans, it was you who went to the tower, wasn't it? And Hans says that he is. And he says that he's not worthy. And then the princess is like, I understand, but please don't make me wait much longer. And then the prince gets dismissed. We never see him again. And it turns out that the princess is also very much in love with Hans. And then we learn of from a messenger of a single man who destroyed the entire neighboring town of Aguro. And we kind of already know that that's Amon. So it's time for us to go face, or to go investigate, see what's going on in Aguro. This is admittedly one of those things that I very often forget to do, and just move on to the next town instead. Like this extra path always feels really out of place whenever I'm running this. Luckily I didn't forget today. Now, contrary to Gordovan, everybody in Aguro has actually been killed. The entire city and everyone in it is destroyed. Iris says that she was unfortunately too late to help. And we're like, well, you probably would have just died with the rest of them. She says that this is where she explains that we were, we should probably put our swords down and stop fighting. We cannot win from Amon. But we don't feel that way. We can't just idly stand by. So instead, he tells us of a legendary sword called the Dual Blade. See, the way of defeating Sinistrals is actually not through sheer strength, but rather through energy. And we have a very powerful energy, but it's not strong enough. The Dual Blade is a weapon that amplifies the energy waves of its wielder. And Iris tells us that that might just be powerful enough for us to actually have a chance of winning. But now we're going to have to go find that blade, which has been lost to time, basically. That's going to be our next quest for a while. Here in Crrool, we also learned that there's a ball of light who disappeared into the sea. Before we go on, though, I'm going to buy 31 terror balls. And that's for the next boss. And I'm gonna have to explain a little bit here. The next boss fight is probably one of the most random fights in the game. It's 4 enemies, and every time I throw a terror ball at them, they have a 50% chance to die. Just flat out 50% chance they die right then and there. But, and here's the big issue. I have no way of influencing right now whether it kills or not. It's 50%, there's 4 of them, so on average we would need 7 to 8 terror balls. My current record is 23 misses, which was during a marathon run back on the Speed Gaming channel during the first SNES Superstar Marathon. It is not much I can do if we have 23 misses, but the fight can go that way, which is why I bought 31 of them, which should by all accounts be enough. But chat, here's where you come in. This is where you can take your guess as to how many times we'll miss a terror ball. You've got a few minutes before we actually get to the fight. I'm gonna sort my items to make sure the terror balls are relatively high. Yeah, 3 to 4 misses is average. My record is 23. On that note, if we miss more than 27, which there is no recorded case of that ever happening, but at that point we'd be in deep trouble. But that would mean you'd need to miss 28 of 31 coin flips. So you can probably see why that, you can probably do the math on how uncommon that is. There's probably some math nerds in the chat who are interested in figuring that out for me. I don't know the odds from the top of my head. There's virtually no enemies in this cave, just some puzzles. And yeah, here we get to the boss fight. Let's see how this is gonna go. Airball, 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 airball. Okay, first one hit, that's great. Second one hit, that's really good. The first two are generally the most important ones. If he is at 0 misses and you get a perfect fight, you would be correct. That is a gold split, actually, because of that. That was not manipulated.
Actually, somebody guessed 0.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. Well, that person was correct then. So we meet Milka and Artie, actually. The girl on the left here is the one to appear in the most Lufia games. She appears in 3 Lufia games, and she's playable in Lufia 3. She also shows up in Lufia 1. Anyway, she tells us she stole the plans of the we were in the lab to build a submarine, and she stole the plans for making a submarine because the lab was draining ooze. And because of that, no flower would grow in that region. Alexis says that he will prove to her that this was not intentional, and they're going to fix it, and they're going to make sure that flowers will start growing there again. And he invites her over to go enjoy the flowers once the city is full of them. Anyway, then immediately after that, though, we hear the news that Artie's hold on, before I do, I need to do this first. Let me focus on the menu, and then I'll continue explaining what's going on. So we learned that Artie's mother has actually been taken to the shrine by Amon, Now, there's a shrine over here, the Divine Shrine, that amplifies the power of anyone who steps into it. So, Amon wants to use the shrine to become even more powerful. This is bad. Okay. Come on, can you... Unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. I should have stunned them again probably, but I got greedy. Anyway, it is, or basically she took Amon here, or Amon took her here because in order to actually get to this shrine where you amplify your energy even more, she, in order to get to that, you need you need a key of sorts. And RT's mother is the key to this shrine. That's why we need to go here. And that's why Amon needed her specifically. So for this quest, Artie then joins us because Artie is really powerful. And yeah, we just need to do some hookshot puzzles and whatnot. There's a button hidden underneath that. That leads to this item, the rocket ring. The speed boosting item. Very useful. Now that we have that, we can actually move to the boss. Well, I say the boss, but there's not actually any boss fight for me here. Rather, we just need to go to the end of the shrine. Now, the way that you actually do, like, you do get this energy boost, and you get that in the sense of as soon as you step onto the shrine, all of your character's stats will get increased. I don't know by how much exactly, it's not a huge amount, but it's definitely worth something. That'll cause me to do a little bit more damage. It's basically like a couple of level ups worth of stats. Also, I love this effect here, where as soon as you walk past these pillars, they light up like that. That's a mechanic they use in 2 dungeons. This is one of them. Gotta be very careful here. Lots of strong enemies. This one's easy to dodge. And then you get the same effect in this room. Once all the torches are lit, the path opens up. Okay, one final puzzle over here, and then we actually get to the end. Go. So here we see Karen, Artie's mother, being like, I will not open the door for somebody like you with such a wicked heart. Amon asks why she didn't resist being kidnapped, at which point she's basically, well, if you would have started attacking the town, and I couldn't let that happen. At least here I can unleash my full power. Artie tries to stop her from doing that because he knows what it means. Karen then banishes Amon from the shrine, but sacrificing her own life in the process. And with that, Karen dies. So Artie decides to join the party, no questions asked, because he cannot let the death of his mother be in vain like that. And so we go to Portravia to get our submarine. Been completely remodeled. The lab shouldn't be draining any more ooze by now. And with that, we can We can go investigate the light that we had seen in the... or dive into the ocean. Or, well, we didn't see, but people reported that happening. We're gonna go investigate. See, there's this underwater cave that leads to the shrine. The entrance of the shrine is actually blocked. Like, the floor has collapsed. But through the underground, underwater cave, I can still get there. So the boss coming up here is actually one of my favorite boss fights in the game. It is so silly how easy this boss becomes if you know what you're doing. You'll see in a moment, this is a relatively short cave. There is one major RNG point which comes into play with one of the random encounters. This is the first one. I need him to teleport behind me so I can pass. Go around the back here. On this one. There's a teleporting enemy down here that I really need to pay attention to. All of these... Of course. All of these breakable walls, except for the first and the last, are fake, by the way. The first one contains a treasure chest. I don't even know what's inside from the top of my head. And then the last one is where or leads to the stairs. And then place a bomb here. And then the other bomb is underneath the skull there. Break this pillar, and with that I can move up the stairs. We can move on to the last sequence. So before we actually go to the boss, I'm gonna make a quick stop on the left here for a couple of items. First is the evil jewel. It's an attack boosting jewel, but the problem is it's cursed, so I can never take it off once I equip it. The other one I want here is the bright armor. Put the evil jewel there. Ellen gets the undead ring. Artie gets the rocket ring, the rock strongest. Done that at a point where I can pass it. Now, this puzzle has always been kind of the weirdest one. The door opens up after we have ironed the carpets, so to speak. We just gotta make sure that it's nice and straight again, like that. That's it, that's literally the entire puzzle. And then we get to the boss fight over here. Now, this is the Venge Ghost, and he is one of 2 undead bosses in the game. He has really powerful spells, but here's the thing. Undead bosses are, I need to swap that. Undead bosses get, or take damage from healing moves. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to use Champion. Deals about 500 damage. Doomcry is not a great move to see here. Actually don't really like that. Especially with somebody dying. Yeah, then we use Sacred Song on the turn after. There's about 3,600 damage. Re-energize for an additional ton of damage there. I'm gonna heal up Guy. Make sure that he's back alive. We use another Sacred Song, and that deals enough damage to kill him. That's the entire boss fight. So, Artie after that, setting free the spirit of that ghost. Quickly heal, and we're gonna escape out. In a normal any percent run, I actually would have gone to the back room there and picked up the evil bow, which I could have sold for a ton of money. But in this run, that's not really needed. We have enough money as it is. Yep. Go. And we meet up with Iris again. She actually asks if she and Maxim can, or she and Steve can talk alone for a little bit. And Selen kind of jumps into it. We notice there is something different about her. And Selen gets a little bit jealous. And so Iris told us of the Tower of Truth. At the top of the Tower of Truth, there is a mirror that will show your own reflection if what you're feeling is true. Except if you're hiding something, it'll show something different. So she challenges us to go to the top of the tower and prove to each other that the love we have for each other is real. Gonna equip the Zirco Rod to Selen here. Gonna buy a bunch of Dragon Tooth. Dragon Tooth are a throwing item similar to the boomerangs we used at the start and the big boomerangs we used a little bit later on. Very useful item for us. It actually allows us to completely cheese the next boss fight. I'm not supposed to go into that town we were in just now, but I can, so I might as well. Now we get a couple of music puzzles of sorts. Now, one of the hardest things in this dungeon is honestly just making sure we don't get hit by any enemy. There are a few that are very sneaky. That one was out for blood, but not a big deal. Do not ever fight this enemy, by the way. If you were to fight that siren right there, immediately after 4 new enemies will spawn as soon as you kill it. So definitely not something we want to fight. We can actually go up quite a bit, but I'm going to need to go here in order to grab the key. That's over here on the 4th floor. Open up the path there. So this one's pretty straightforward. If the crate is on the left doors will open. If the crate is on the right door will open. If the crate is on the floor, or if both of them are locked by, or if both of them have a pot on it, the door backwards will open. I don't need the song rock here. That's something I would normally pick up for money management. But since we got 4 times as much experience and gold from every boss we fought, money management isn't really an issue for me. So this one I can actually stun in such a way that we can get past it very easily. I'm putting these 2 on here in that order for a reason. This puzzle has a bridge that I need to, well, you'll see in a moment. So first, I'm going to create that bridge. Now, when I place the crate, another bridge will spawn, but... well, actually, it's for the next button, but... Another crate will spawn, or another bridge will spawn, but another one will disappear. So what I need to do is I need to bomb the other, or the crate here. That is not a tile where I want to stun it. And by bombing the crate, the bridge will appear again. Okay, we lock those in. Now I gotta go through this monster room again. It's generally not that difficult to dodge every enemy here, but it is also very easy to get hit. So it's one of those rooms that I need to be very careful in. In the next room, there will be a chest. This chest is fake. It's a monster. That chest was a mimic. You can tell because the coloring of the mimic is ever so slightly different from a regular chest. And those two. I hope you guys are ready for a fun boss fight. I actually really like this next boss. It's so simple because of those items I just bought. Anyway, we're gonna go into the room where the Mirror of Truth is at. Now, Artie does notice something off about Iris. But yeah. Before we actually look in the mirror, though, Maxim, or Steve, is like, Selen, even if I don't see your reflection, it doesn't matter. I believe you. I love you, and it's that like no piece of glass is going to change that. Now, they never actually see themselves in the mirror, but we do see their reflections, so we know that they are talking the truth. So I'm going to use the Dragon Tooth here. I'm actually going to use it with everyone just to have it set up. We use the first one with Artie. That puts them all into heal range, forcing each and every one of them to use Stronger. Then Selen uses another one, and that actually kills them. That's the entire fight. That's a boss. During the battle, unfortunately, the mirror breaks. And then guys, like, they seem to feel closer to each other. And Artie is like, nah, that's how they always felt to each other. Iris here restores the mirror. And you probably already saw this coming, but in case you didn't, here's a bit of a plot twist for you. She's hiding something. Okay, back onto our ship. We're gonna make a quick stop in Crrool before we go back to the town we were in just now. See, we're supposed to get the dual blade, right? This really powerful sword. Yeah, it's actually not the best item for the final bosses. Rather, the silver sword is. The dual blade is technically better. Sort of. Oh wait, no, I'm not supposed to go into the town yet. We do that after the dungeon. Like, it's supposed to sort of be better, but the silver sword does super effective damage, and I can do its IP attack deals 3 times normal damage, so we do a buttload of damage if we use that on an enemy. Really powerful weapon. I need that dragon to move away. Luckily, he didn't try to ambush me. He could have. Absolutely could have. Heck. I made a small mistake there. That's what I was supposed to do. So this is the biggest dungeon in the game. Not by a small margin either. This is by far the biggest dungeon. Contrary, like most, like you can tell by the chest count as well. I think this, like most dungeons have like 7, 8 chests. This one has like 20. Oh, that gap right there, by the way, sets you back to the start of the dungeon. It's supposed to be your path back, but there is no way you're not going to face an enemy, so what I'll do instead is I'll just escape out and then re-enter. That also sets me back, and that way I don't have to face any enemies. I can use the key here, open this door. Quick puzzle. We're not going to go and grab any of the chests. I don't need those. Instead, I'll just continue as fast as I can. And now for one of the puzzles that, whenever you do this one casually, I strongly recommend writing down where the plants appear. I was never able to solve it without writing down the answer. You only have like 1 step leeway in the entire puzzle, so your movement there is quite tight. Okay, minor glitch here. That wall is not supposed to disappear that easily. Down here, in a secret path, you find the world's most difficult trick. It's a pretty fun puzzle. It's got some pretty good rewards, except they're not good enough to make up for the amount of time it takes to get them. Even somebody who knows the answer by heart, and there is a runner that does know that, does not or cannot get them fast enough for it to be worth it. The puzzle just takes too much time for it. Even though one of the items is actually something we would really like to have, if we could get it. This is where we use that flying axe. We're going to use the Hydora rock there. You're going to get the pumpkin jewel. Switch to the hook shot. Go up here. And then this old guy says that it's a dangerous place and there's a dragon supposed to appear momentarily. And he's not, because he's not a normal person. He can take care of it. And then goes up and we're like, yeah, we're not normal people either. And now we go fight a dragon. Just cuz. Yeah, the dragon is not a very difficult fight most of the time, but it can do some things that can be annoying. I don't have a huge amount of damage output on this thing, so we're gonna just kind of have to chip away at its health. And the guy has like 7,500 HP, I believe. Now, ideally, we want to actually see Guy get attacked because his IP move would actually be great for this fight. Supposed to use the Platiband with Artie. I mean, the extra 500 damage isn't a bad thing, but not the best thing I could have done. Okay, Deadly Smash. I'll use the Weapon Weak. Dragon Tooth Heal. Weapon Weak reduces its damage by a little bit, just so that if he gets if he does a regular attack, it won't kill me anymore. That's really the only reason why I do that. Because a regular physical attack could have killed a party member. He just never went for any. Like that bite. That bite would have absolutely killed Artie if I hadn't done the Weapon Weak. And then I would have needed to heal, and that's slow, so we kind of don't want to do that. Yeah, this guy can kind of sense that our energy waves are a bit different from most people, and he invites us over to Kayad to talk because he can't actually stand the heat. The guy willingly goes into the heart of a volcano, but cannot stand heat. See, in Kayad, we actually learned that the Elder here knows more about the dual blade. There's a legend that's been passed around in his family that the Queen of Crrool is the one who guards the shrine where the dual blade is at. Now, Crrool is the city of the mermaids, and he knows the mermaids exists because he has this, the Jade of Mermaids, an item that serves as proof that you are welcome to enter the City of Mermaids. Without it, you can't enter. Now, before we actually go talk to the Queen, we are going to buy the Zurko Flail. This is the last weapon I need to buy for Guy. See, for every character, I can get a holy weapon, but for Guy, I can't. And the reason for that is simply, there is none for Guy that would work. So with him, we're just going to give him the strongest weapon we can find, which happens to be the Zurko Flail. Now the Queen of the Mermaids here, she actually tells us about where the shrine is. And then as soon as she's told us, we learn that the current around the shrine has actually recently changed. That wouldn't be such a big deal, like we would just have to stay away a bit, except Piara, the princess, actually likes to swim around the shrine there. Now, of course, she tells us that she's not going to go look around the shrine to see if the princess is there, but Selen knows better than that. Mother's instinct will cause her to go there, even though she says she's not because it's way too dangerous. Now, earlier I mentioned that there are 2 undead bosses that we have to fight over the course of the run. This next one's actually the second one. So we're gonna approach it the same as before. We're going to heal this boss to death. That's the idea. Sacred Song right here doing nearly 5,000 damage to the boss. Also, this boss rarely actually attacks. He's much more prone to summoning a companion or something. Yeah, that is the ghost ship, which is classified as undead because, you know, it's a ghost ship. Anyway, immediately after, the current seems to return to normal. And this will allow us to move into the shrine. Except, after a very brief conversation here, the current changes once again and actually sucks in all of the mermaids into these whirlpools. Wait. There we go. Needed to quickly get that menu done. The submarine shrine right here. And immediately as we enter, we notice a huge amount of energy. So everybody's like, or the queen is like, don't move carelessly, and then immediately all of them run up to the same location at the entrance of the shrine. and they all get destroyed. They just get killed there. And the queen then thinks it's a good idea to do the exact same thing. So Selen, just before she has a chance, just before the queen gets that far, decides to put the queen under a sleep spell, so, you know, she can't kill herself there. Now, we're about to enter the shrine, and I want you guys to know that this looks completely normal. This is what it's supposed to look like, because this is obviously a normal room. You can probably figure out this is not how this room is supposed to look like. It actually only glitches out in the US version of the game. In the PAL and Japanese version, it's fine. The leading theory as to why it is that in this shrine, or as they were making the game, rather, they had to remove some tile sets to create more space. And they tried removing some tile sets that they thought weren't in use. This is one of the two rooms where it actually is in use. There's 2 rooms that are glitched because of that. There's this one and the last floor of the ancient cave. Also, Deos then goes on to destroy the entire town of Kayad. They've helped us find the shrine, now they must be punished. There wasn't really a point, it was just they were trying to show how powerful they are. That's it. Now, unfortunately, the island is in the sky. That means I can't actually reach it. We're gonna need some help. We're gonna go to the Professor Shaya to see if they have any idea. Now, they actually do. They have a way of remodeling our ship into an airship. Problem is, our engine isn't powerful enough. There is, however, another kingdom, the Gratz Kingdom, who they've been trying to conquer the world, and they would actually, it's a very militaristic kingdom, and they would actually have engines that are powerful enough. So we're gonna go see if we can get one at a 5-finger discount. Interestingly enough, Gratz taking over the world is actually the main plot line of Lufia 4, the technically speaking sequel of this game. Rashla, if you want to talk about anything, now is your chance, because throughout this next dungeon I'll be talking for most of it.
Okay. Yes, I could do that. We are the Benelux Speedrunner Gathering. We organize bi-monthly gatherings in the Benelux for speedrunners. Due to the situation surrounding COVID-19, we're currently doing our extended BSG online event instead of our week-long annual, with streamers from both the Benelux and the rest of the world bring you entertainment during the lockdown. And we are raising money for Mind, which is a nationwide organization committed to prevent mental health issues and to support everyone who has dealt with mental issues themselves or within their family. All of your donations will go to Mind, and if you donate, you can put it towards certain donation incentives, and we have a donation incentive for a bonus run for a short hike, which is coming up within a few hours, and we still need like a little bit more than 100 euros for that. And just to let you all know what's actually gonna happen, if I still have the time pool, otherwise you stop
Actually,
me.
I'm gonna interrupt you here.
Okay.
Right here we meet Bertie and Bart. Now, if somehow, for some reason, you've managed to stick around with us for the past 3 hours, you might remember these guys from back in Aloons, where they stole a crown. Well, they're back, they're still alive, and they got captured trying to, well, steal a crown. So they're like, well, the jail cell itself isn't really a problem, but there's some guards that are standing guard there, and we can't really get past them. So we're like, okay, you know what? We'll deal with those guards if you open the door. And then they open the door and just run out and get beaten up by the guards because, you know, obviously. We, however, decide, okay, you know what? We'll take out the guards real quick. This,
Do we have time for a quick donation, or?
Sorry?
Do we have time for a quick donation?
Wait for 2 minutes and then you can read it.
Okay.
Because this dungeon, like, this is my favorite dungeon in the run, and I need to show you guys why. This dungeon and the entirety of the Gratz Kingdom, honestly, is just one of the most broken parts of it. I'll actually do that donation now. I wasn't supposed to run into this.
Okay. We got a €5 donation from Adam saying, less than 1,000 donations with 12k watching. Let's change that. €5 hype train. Let's go!
Yeah, I accidentally ran into this enemy and it's quite deadly. Selen being now back to 0 IP is kind of bad, but it's not... I mean, it could have been worse, I guess. But yeah, this next room, we actually have a really cool little glitch that we can do. And it actually saves me from having to go into two or three other rooms earlier to go grab the key. See, behind this wall is where the key is at. But it's on the other side of that ledge, right? So we are just going to get it like this. This is normal. Yeah, that's how we get that. There is an even more fun out of bounds like that. Rashla, how about we make a bit of an impromptu donation incentive to show off the other out of bounds. It takes like 15 seconds. What do you think? I mean, not in the tracker, just if we hit this much, then we'll do that. Rashla?
Oh, sorry, I was getting some water. What did you say?
Oh, I was showcasing the out of bounds just now, and there's actually another really cool out of bounds later on. So I was suggesting, what do you think of making that a bit of an impromptu donation incentive? Takes like 15 seconds, so it won't mess with the schedule or anything. Just,
okay.
If we hit this much by the end of this run, we'll do that.
Let's say, how long is it until that?
About half an hour.
Let's go for 825. That's
Sorry?
€50 from now.
How much?
If we reach 825.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, if you want to see another really cool out of bounds glitch like that, like I said, it takes like 15 seconds to do, but it looks really, really funny. 825 by the end of the run, we'll do it. And you get to use it on another donation incentive too, so it's 2 for the price of 1. Imagine that. Actually, 3 for the price of 1 when you consider it goes to charity. Anyway, we get to the end here in the Gratz Kingdom. We end up in the middle of the courtyard, and we get attacked by the army. They don't last very long against us, though. They're kind of weak. Head attack. Battle Lust, Selen. Self, and Dragon. Actually, I was supposed to just attack, but that works. Now, if we hit it within like 30 minutes, we've got it's at the very end of the game, and it, like I said, it just looks really funny. Attack, Battle Lust, Guy, no, Maxim. Actually, hold on, we're gonna do it like this. Fully energy, need to heal, attack.
Do we have time for a quick donation?
Sure.
We got a €5 donation from Raz, so not saying, did somebody say €5 hype train? Choo choo!
Back. Okay. Yeah, this is the tank, by the way. Note the little prince with the crown and the flag at the center of the tank. He's very cute. He's kind of pathetic though, but you know, it's something. Attack both of them. No, he just went for Missile Blast. Missile Blast actually means that he's about to do a really powerful move. That is not on a great character, unfortunately, either. Regain. I'll do a champion there. Okay. Maybe I should do this a little bit differently. Head attack. Do I still have my miracle? I should still have a miracle, right? There it is. Okay, that'll do. Yeah, the miracle will heal me back up. Oh god, he's queuing up another really powerful attack, so this is actually not looking great right now. Magic Guild Bullet is actually not that bad here. It means I can do another Holy Energy. It mutes me for the remainder of the battle, which means I can't use magic. But for this fight, that doesn't actually matter that much. That was, I will admit, a really slow battle, though. I went from like half a minute ahead of my average to a minute behind on my average, so not great, but that's okay. So we're now coming in. Now that we have the engine, we're actually going into the fun part of the run. This is where things start to get really good. We warp back to Petrovia just in time. The two thieves did manage to escape, but they kind of got stuck because the bridge here is smashed. Good thing for them though is they managed to take the crown in all of the busyness of the fighting right there. So it's party time if they can manage to get out of there. And they're kind of like, well, they managed to get out, so surely it'll be okay. Not really realizing that the only reason I got out is because I had magic. Infang, rock. So the ship is now remodeled, the Exarion, and with that we can now we now have an airship, which means we can fly to the island that is Doom Island, or at least that's what the game wants us to believe. So they managed to get the entire thing remodeled, which means we can now fly. But in a little moment, like one of the assistants kind of comes running in and is like, well, Doom Island is stopped above Narvik, and there's too much turbulence for us to actually get to Doom Island itself. Like, our airship would not be able to get through the storm. So we're just gonna fly over there, because we can actually get to the town. Didn't mean to land on the water, but that's fine.
Do you have time for a quick donation?
Yeah, sure.
Because we are getting closer to 825 euros in total for donation incentive for going out of battles. Because we got a €5 donation from Anonymous. So thank you, Anonymous.
So here at the Elder's house, we meet these three girls, and they tell us that they actually, well, first of all, they sense a very powerful energy within us. These three are the guardians of the three towers. We bring them to the top of the tower, we can break the seal and get a very powerful piece of equipment. So that's what we're going to do. Now, the idea of the towers here is fairly straightforward. There's 3 towers we're going to have to go through. Each of them, we're going to get the item. At the top of the tower, we fight one of the Sinistrals, except for the last one there, we don't. Every tower has 2 enemies I need to kill in the process, and with that, we're just gonna go through them. Most of these are a fairly straightforward walk up, but there is actually something worth noting about them. There is a chance with one of the random encounters that they drop an old sword, which would be a very big weapon upgrade for a guy. Now, I've only had it once in a run, because the odds of it happening are actually really low. But if we get really lucky, we may actually get that. I think I was supposed to just attack rather than use Dragon Tooth. Hopefully it's still enough to kill them. Yeah, that's the first of the 2 enemies in this tower. That one. That one. Then if we get to this part, we have to fight these dragons. This one we do have to use the Dragon Tooth on. I hope I still have enough left. I should, but I hope it'll be enough. And there we go.
Do we have time for time for another donation?
Yep, go ahead.
We got a €5 donation from Major Manny saying, €5 hype train, choo-choo!
So here at the top of the tower, we have to fight Gades again. You guys may remember him from such fights as Gades. He's still a pushover. Even more so now than he was the first time around. Like, I didn't even heal to full before the fight because I don't really need to. As you can see, he does almost no damage. This Gades is actually at the same strength as the Gades in Gordovan. Like, that super boss that I was talking about, like, 2.5 hours ago at this point. Yeah, this is the same boss. And he was, in theory, already beatable 2.5 hours ago, so he's definitely beatable now. Actually, I am going to have party food, just for safety. Yeah, the guy has 7,500 HP, so me dealing like 500 to 1,000 per hit will get him no problem. And that's the fight. So that is one of them done. We have one more Sinistral up here to go. Now, since we've defeated the Sinistral here, the girl is going to break the seal, and she's actually going to stay here, because if we bring all 3 of the girls, they might be able to use their magic to seal Doom Island's place and give us a better chance of actually reaching it.
Do we have time for another donation?
Yep, go ahead.
Because we are actually going to see you going out of bounds. Because we have reached 830 euros by now. Because we got a 41 euro donation from Bird Doxer saying thanks for doing this event. And we Thanks for that donation, and with that, we are halfway there for a short hike any percent bonus run. So, people, we might even manage to get it before the end of this run. So, I believe in you.
Yeah, before we actually go on, I'm gonna make a quick stop here in Aloons. I've messed up my menu somewhere in terms of equipment, but it doesn't really matter. And we're gonna buy the see-through cape for Selen. Now that actually drops my defenses by a massive amount, but the reason we want to do that is the see-through cape grants me status immunity against all but one... Like, it grants me immunity from all but one side effect of attacks. The only side effect I don't block with it is instant death, but generally speaking, it blocks confusion, it blocks poison, it blocks just about everything that could really be an issue in the long run. And with that, it's time for the second tower here. Same story as the first one, so Rashla, if you want to talk for a bit, take it away.
Yeah, of course.
If you don't, I keep talking myself, but...
Well, I can still explain. We are the Benelux Speedrunner Gathering. We organize bi-monthly gatherings in the Benelux for speedrunners. Due to the situation surrounding COVID-19, we're currently doing our extended BSG online event instead of our week-long annual, with streamers from both the Benelux and the rest of the world bringing you entertainment during the lockdown. We're raising money for Mind, which is a nationwide organization committed to prevent mental health issues and to support everyone who has dealt with mental issues themselves or within their family. All of your donations will go to Mind.
So far we've not had the old sword drop. It is only like 2% to happen, so not surprising we don't have it yet. And then we have this this lone dragon over here. Pretty straightforward fight. Just a couple of dragon tooth and it'll die eventually. And then it's time for the last fight of this tower. So at this point, just as an FYI, I guess, at this point we are 7 battles away from the end. So we are actually getting quite close. I'm going to use Berserker, we're going to use that, we're going to do that, and I'm going to use a Shriek, a confusion healing item on Stee. Didn't need it in the end because he didn't get confused, but there was a chance, so... Attack, attack, attack. Energy. That is very unfortunate, actually. That is very unfortunate. I was kind of hoping that I was able to live that, but not quite, it seems. Actually, I'm going to champion just to make sure that nobody else dies. We should be very close to a kill. Guy might die here, but Don't think he will. Like, he should survive a Chaos Wave. That should kill Amon. Yeah, there we go. Didn't even need the other hits. Okay, that's that. So we are going to get the Divine Helmet here. With that, we have 2 of the 3 pieces of equipment. The other one, like the third one, is actually the one that I'm not even really going to use. But we do have to pick it up for story purposes. Time for us to get the 3rd girl and bring her to the top of the 3rd tower. Okay, can I go down here? So this tower is very similar to the other 2. With the only real difference that there is no boss fight at the end of this one. At this point, outside of 2, like there's literally just 2 random encounters and 4 boss fights left. This is, however, the tower with the last save point in the entire remainder of the game. After this tower, I cannot save anymore. Now, there's also an enemy here, the Gorgon, that has a reasonably low chance, but a bit of a better chance than the 2% to drop the Gorgon Rock, and one of them we actually have to fight. And that would be a little bit of an upgrade. It doesn't do that much for me, but it would be nice to get. Let's see if we get it today. We do not. I've had it in a few runs. There is a guaranteed one I can pick up. Most runners pick it up. I personally don't really feel like it's worth the time investment. Because more often than not, you're going to lose more time than you gain, really. Optimally, it is faster, but it can very easily turn out to end up being slower if you get unlucky. So up here we have the last dragon that we need to face. Oh no, a leech that we need to face. I was supposed to actually attack the leech first, but that's fine. We ambushed them, so we should still be okay. Hey. Oh, nope. And then up here, this is the last save point. There is no more chances for saving past this point. We're gonna get the last item. The shield is not going to be used. And then Deos is gonna show up and we're gonna have a little bit of a match for who gets the dual blade. Now, while we have this bit of a match for the dual blade, I am going to quickly mention, if you liked these sort of speedruns, I mostly run Pokemon nowadays, but if that's your cup of tea, you do hop over to my Twitch and drop a follow. That's always greatly appreciated. I'm not gonna plug my thing further than that, but I wanted to do that at least at some point during this run still. I don't have much more to talk about. The girl here actually steps up on the plate, and with that, she's going to contact the other 2, and together they're going to create some sort of a force field around Doom Island to make sure that it doesn't get moved. Here we go. Now, Amon actually mentions that that we won't be arriving. They got a chance to, or he got a chance to attack my ship as we were in the tower. And that's kind of a problem, because now our ship won't fly anymore. So we warp to Portravia. Alexis looks at the ship, and it seems to be in pretty bad shape, but our engine didn't get hurt. Because the engine wasn't damaged, essentially it's repairable. It'll just take some time. So we take Selen out, and we try to convince her not to join us on Doom Island. Because what if something would happen to us? Like, somebody needs to watch over Cheros. And then, well, Artie kind of eavesdrops and, well, kind of catches up on it. The ship has been repaired, but just as we try to leave here, we actually learn that the entire port is filled with monsters, and we can't really move. But just like that, Decker makes another appearance. Hello, Decker. See, Decker didn't actually die in that shrine. He managed to survive. So he's going to take care of the monsters for us, and that'll allow us free access through the port to go to Doom Island. So, we get into our airship here, and it's time for us to fly to Doom Island. But Amon has one more trick up its sleeve. He does end up hitting the ship here, but we also have one more trick up our sleeve. And with that, we kind of crash into Doom Island. Now, if you've ever played Lufia 1, welcome to the opening of Lufia 1. This is actually the opening bit of Lufia 1 here as well. We gotta fight a bunch of Sinistrals up here. Most of them are very straightforward. As a little bonus here, our IP actually gets restored to full at the start of each battle, which makes this even easier on us. Triple attack, holy energy, holy energy, holy energy. Yeah, Gades can't really do that much to me here. He can pretend that he can, but realistically he isn't going to be able to do anything, so that's the entire fight. We're gonna take the stairs up, gonna go around. It's time for us to go face the second Sinistral. By this point, everyone is immune to confusion, which actually makes this next Sinistral quite a bit easier than the first one. Although we are going to approach the fight ever so slightly differently. We're gonna attack. I am gonna attack with him. We're gonna Berserker. So Chaos Wave, generally speaking, does fairly little damage. And I'm gonna play this a little bit risky here and just go full in after the Berserker. Triple attack, holy energy, the energy, energy. You can kind of see how much damage that does right here. And now I do actually have to heal because another attack like that would kind of hurt, so... And that's the fight. I wasn't entirely sure if an attack from Artie would have killed. It would have, but it kind of depends on the damage rolls. And I didn't keep close enough eye on it to make sure that it would have actually killed. Okay, so we're gonna quickly heal. I'm going to whip different ring there, rocket ring there, ghost ring there. And now it's, now we get to this bridge. We hear somebody say you may cross, and that's just the Sinistrals testing our feelings. Selen gets worried that it's a trap. We also now learn the next, or the third Sinistral, Erim, the one we hadn't met yet. Better known as the Nose of Doom. The Devastation Wave does actually have a small chance to kill Selen here. Of course. Just my luck. So, unfortunately, that loses about 20 seconds when that happens. 20 to 25 seconds. That's pure RNG, not much I could have done about it. She goes for Darkfry. We should honestly survive still. This Terror Wave didn't do that much. Ooh, good. Then we just have Selen kind of heal up the party again. But the downside of Darkfry is I can't actually completely out-heal it. Guy will take more damage. Champion, attack. Okay, we did get the kill. That was still, like, despite the death on Selen, we actually made up for it a little bit. That's about as good as it could have gone, considering the death early on. Like, normally the death is about a 20-second time loss. I lost only about 10. So... Okay, time for the final boss of the game. Time is not after this fight, so do not finish the timer just yet. We have a couple of minutes left after we're done with this boss. And I still have to show off that out of bounds since we did hit that incentive. So, yeah, final boss time. This boss is actually on a very set pattern. He will always roughly do the exact same thing in every run, so we can kind of work around it pretty easily. The worst part is that on turn 1 he does an attack that can cause any random status effect. And I will not know which one until it's hit. Most of the time, those status effects are not that bad, but there are a few that can be. Didn't hit any? Good. So yeah, from there we just start dealing as much damage as possible. So yeah, this is Deos, the final boss of the game. He's weak to the holy moves, just like any of the other Sinistrals. And since everyone but Guy has holy moves as our main attacking type, he can't really do that much. At some point he is going to cast up a mirror, which is going to cast one attack back on myself. So Artie is going to end up attacking himself. That's normal though. Guy might die to a Dark Fry if that happens, but I don't think he should do any right. So here's the Dark Reflector. So now I'm just going to put Selen in front. That way Artie does live. Artie may still die. If that happens, it's fine. I'll just leave him dead. If not, all the better. It means I can kind of unleash my most powerful attacks on him now. I should have probably healed with Selen and Holy Energied with Artie. Although I think we still kill this turn anyway. Yeah. It didn't make much of a difference. So now that we've defeated Deos, he's going to unleash one more attack on all of us with all of the Sinistrals at the same time. They're going to combine their remaining energy to try and kill us. We are individually not powerful enough to take that out, so we too are going to combine our energy. Already see Artie say that Selen can't take much more of this. But with one final powerful burst of energy, we defeat the Sinistrals and beat, and bring peace to the world once again. It is, however, not over yet. As we defeat him, finally, the energy wave goes right through Selen, at which point she can barely even speak as it is. Then the shrine starts to collapse, the bridge collapses, and Artie and Guy are going to have to escape out themselves. We're too far away for them to reach us. Then Deo shows up and tells us that as a final act of terror, he's going to drop Doom Island onto Parcelite. Now, this is where we learn, once and for all, that Arim is actually Iris. Or Iris is actually Arim, whichever way you want to go at it. We convince her that he or she shows up as Iris, somebody who's helped us throughout our journey, not as Arim, the Mistress of Death. And she's going to give us one last chance to save everyone. Chat, I hope you guys have enjoyed Lufia 2. We have 3 more statues to destroy, or 3 more rocks to destroy, basically. This is the mechanism that is behind it. As we destroy the 3rd one is when time will be. Before that, though, in the room with the 3rd one, I'll showcase that out of bounds that I've been talking about. Number 2, 1 more to go. So, yeah, I can just do this. The other room is right there, by the way. This is the final crystal. See, we can walk on top of it like that. We can walk on these as well. Yeah, that is the Hound of Balance that I was talking about. Get ready on time. With the power of the dual blade, we're going to use the last bit of our energy to destroy this rock and save everyone in Parcelite. And time. That's it. That is Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals. Alright, I hope you guys all enjoyed. In the last bit here, we've used up our last bit of the energy. And that actually causes Maxim join Selen. They might not leave this place physically, but their spirits will. As both Maxim and Selen pass away right there in the tower. I think we're behind quite a bit on schedule. Otherwise, I would have actually shown you these last few cutscenes. But since we're behind, I think I'll leave it for you guys to look them up yourselves. They are definitely worth it, this last bit.
Yeah, we are a little bit...
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed Lufia. And have fun with the rest of the marathon. I'll be back on Sunday with Final Fantasy 1.
Yeah, and thank you, Crrool, for this amazing run. Next up, we get Ruby Grim Eclipse by Clover. And this is also the end of my hosting shift. I will give it to the next host, so please stay tuned and we will first play some ads.